To our EGI 2023 conference here in Poznan, wonderful Poznan, wonderful weather. So thank you for hosting us here. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is Volker Gülzow. I'm the acting council chair of the EGI Foundation, and I have the honor to welcome you here. As you know, we are sort of celebrating 20 years of EGI Federation. And I've seen many faces, being with us from right at the beginning. But I've seen many, many young people as well, and young faces. And so this tells me it's a living federation, which is very, very good. And it's a federation supporting scientific users and scientific usage as well, and it's a working one. We've chosen the teaser from millions to billions, and it's not so important to look at, let's say, whether it's 10 to the 3 or 10 to the 6, depending upon in which country you are living and so forth. The slope and the increase is the important issue, and we've experienced and tremendous amount of increase in the various years, not only in terms of computing, so we have billions of cores available in the Federation meanwhile, and we have a steep increase in HPC computing, we have Euro HPC and so forth. And the most, and of course, in terms of networking, we've become much better. Unfortunately, not in the memory access, as we all know, but this is a different story. But the most important thing is we have much more data. And the data issue is really an issue, and this is where the Federation in particular helps a lot. It helps a lot because science, it's much easier for science to interact and to use data which are not theirs, not produced in this specific community, coming from other communities. So this aspect of interoperability is an extremely important and extremely valuable and helpful ingredients of the Federation. So the amount of data, so today we are talking about exabytes of data per year we are producing. With experiments like the upcoming SKA, the Halloumi LHC, and photon science, and genomics, sequencing, and so forth. So this is one of the very important aspects, and these sort of problems could only be solved by following the is there anyone still in the room? I can't see anyone anymore. All right, so yes, so this is an extremely important aspect, and the Federation, as it was set up, helped a lot. And by the way, all our work is nicely supported by the Commission and through projects, and already some 20 years or even longer ago with projects like Data Grid, EGI 1 and 2 and so forth. It was very well supported and by the commissions, and a big thank you for this, by the way, as well. Anyway, the data issue is a real issue, but we are not done. We are producing so many data that we even today in the Federation can't store these data. So we have to think about how we compress data, how we reduce data, and how we really can handle data, how we can analyze data. So on one hand, we have a steep increase on resources, which is very, very good and help science pretty much. We have the interoperability of the data, we have open data and so forth. On the other hand, we do experience a couple of things we still have to think about. So we are not done today. So due to, in particular, as you know, this terrible war in the Ukraine, we are facing, we have to put much more attention on security issues. And it's pretty obvious that if you federate things, you open the door, in theory, for pandemic infiltration. And this is, of course, what we have to avoid. So security issues, so we need trust on one hand, but we need security on the other hand. This is really a big issue we have to think about. Another big issue is, of course, it's nice to have millions or billions of cores available, or storage, or whatever. On the other hand, we need power for cooling, for running these systems. So green resources, saving energy, is another important topic which is getting much more and more important for us in the future. And it's our responsibility to solve this. You know, we all have kids, and we want to hand over a sort of clean world to our kids. So it's our responsibility. It's another major task we have to solve. And at the end, you know, coming back to science, producing a federation is a very nice thing, but it's a very complex beast. And the users should not be bothered by this complexity. So it's another responsibility for us to make it as useful and easy to use as possible, and to provide the appropriate services. And this, for instance, is something today we do through our EGI Foundation, and it's very well supported by the EGI Foundation. But we are not done, so we still have a long way to go. All right. So with this, I hope we will have a very, very nice and fruitful discussions during the conference. And yeah, let's see, hopefully at the end, on Friday or so, we have a whole bunch of new ideas on how we want to proceed. So with this, I wish you all have fun and a successful conference, and I'm handing over to our local organizers, Norbert. Norbert is the director of the HPC and the data center here, and our local organizer in Portsmouth. And first of all, a big thank you again for hosting us. And Norbert, please come up and bring your greetings. So thank you very much.
Good morning. So before the slides will appear, let me say good morning for everybody, for conference guests. It's our pleasure to host you in Poznań. PSNC is the Poznań Supercomputing Networking Center, is the local organizer of the conference, and you are at the first time in Poznań. I hope the discussions will be very fruitful. And I hope also you will have some time, of course in the afternoon, not during the conference, to visit Poznań and to feel the atmosphere of an academic city. Poznań is a big academic city with more than 100,000 students. So it's about 20% of the entire community in Poznań. Young generation, young people. Very nice place, also at night, because of the students. Let us talk about shortly about the digital transformation. So we have 3 areas, and that's what EGI is taking care. Means the data management, cloud computing. And also, I mean, the umbrella of data management and EOS is also HPC, high performance computing. So 3 different areas, which has one goal, namely to manage to serve data and to extract information and knowledge from this data. If we can have a look on the IDC report, when we started, it was, I would say, 10 years after EGI was founded, 2010. Yeah, so it's 13 years ago. But what we were talking about is a few data zettabytes. Nowadays, in 2 years, we are talking about several dozens of zettabytes. What is expected by us, by the internet, is about 170 zettabytes. Yeah, so the increase of data is very, very dramatic. Especially, it's a very important topic for EOSC. EGI is since a couple of years concentrating on data in general, on clouds, and on open science. We are proud to take part of the projects, like I think the first one was EOSC Hub, then we had EOSC Core, or in parallel, EOSC Future, and several other activities which are aiming to deliver services for European community. Shortly about PSNC, 30 years. So we started 10 years before EGI, but we now, with 20 years of EGI, with the experience with 20 years, it's a very long history. Yeah? So the association, the generation of scientists are more and more experienced, but in parallel, we have a very large data sets which has to be managed, and a data set which is so big that nobody is able to exclude any information. Yeah, with additional services, with automation of the big data analysis. So 30 years of PSNC. We are a computing center, so the first leg of PSNC is to support and survive data infrastructure and services for the academic community. Academic community means together with other computing centers and network operators, we are delivering to, I can say, almost 100% of the academic community in Poland. So it's a community of 1.5 million users, yeah, including 96-7% of universities and more than 1 million students. If you can see our activities in several domains, several application domains, each of the domain or all of the domains are dealing with data. Yeah, much big sets of data for agriculture, for multimedia, for other activities. So it's very important to to deal with the open science, yeah, and to deliver services for academic community, being compatible with European policy. On the other side, to store it, to deliver archivization and other services. And that's what we are doing in a national project. It's called NDS, National Data Storage, which delivers a big infrastructure, distributed one with 10 nodes, and services which are part. We hope it will be a part, but nowadays it's an in-kind contribution of Poland towards the EOSC, yeah, open science. The aim is to build the infrastructure, to give services for academic community in Poland, not only, I hope, but mainly to store the data, to archive, and to deliver services which are allows to be, I would say, compatible with the EOSC policy. And an ecosystem, yeah? So infrastructure services which we are delivering in Poland. On top of the infrastructure and services, we have EOSC and the HPC computational services and infrastructure. So EuroHPC are former praise with the infrastructure, but also still active in terms of services and provisioning of scientific use cases. Okay, so in cooperation with EGI and the EOSC community, we are trying also in Poland to deliver a piece of our, I would say, activities, of our services, and provide a bridge between Poland and European EOSC data management and the policy defined by EOSC. Yeah, so coming to the end, we are proud to host you in Poznań. It's our pleasure to see you. It's a very big conference. It's a very experienced community. I see also faces and conference guests where we are cooperating since 10 and even more years, yeah, 20 years. I can remember when EGI was established, and I see what large progress was made since the very beginning, yeah. Thank you very much. Enjoy the time, and I hope you will have fruitful meetings, fruitful presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Norbert. By the way, I've forgotten to mention, this session is live streamed. You see the video camera over there, but it's only the stage which is live streamed and recorded. So you're not gonna be filmed or videoed, at least if you're not entering the stage, just to let you know. All right. Then we move on, and we come to greetings from the ministry. And we have Martin Michalowski from the ministry. He is a leading expert in the ministry for innovation and development in particular. And I'm very pleased to have you here. And please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. As you heard, my name is Marcin Michałowski. I work for the Ministry of Education and Science. I am also one of the Polish delegates to the European Open Science Cloud Steering Board. It is my genuine pleasure to see here today the representatives of many different scientific communities, service providers, supercomputing centers, project managers, of course, representatives of European Commission and EOSC. I would like to begin by saying that open science, because I come here mainly from the side of open science, is gradually becoming more and more, you could say, visible in the public eye, because we witness and participate in numerous discussions on its necessity, the advantages it provides, but also its weaknesses and limitations. What we do not talk about enough, I think, is the underlying infrastructure and its hard factors, which are not really known or understood by an average researcher. As we heard, the user should not really be bothered too much by such things, but I think at least a basic level of understanding of the magnitude of challenges is really needed here. To say that science, be it open or not, couldn't really exist without data, of course, isn't a revolutionary statement today. I think it is nevertheless a little bit harder to remember that all the data in the world would be next to useless without myriad different services that make it actually accessible and usable at all. The sheer amount of data, as we heard before today, that needs to be stored, transmitted, made available each day really boggles the mind. And this is why the role of EGI in supporting such initiatives as European Open Science Cloud is so crucial, and why meetings such as this today are necessary. Because open science relies on digital infrastructures, I think much more than its classical counterpart, and I don't think that it can truly exist without them. Open science is also one of the priorities listed in the Polish scientific policy, especially in conjunction with EOSC. That is why Poland strives to be very much active in EOSC bodies, the association, the steering board, and also the task forces. And this is why the Ministry of Education and Science is working right now on a new document, new policy in the area of open science, one that will focus mostly on research data. There are a few main areas of interest here. First, we want to achieve a better legal environment for open science in Poland. Second, we want to create a relevant institutional network in the form of a network of open data competence centers. Third, we want better integration with European infrastructures, mainly EOSC. And lastly, we would like to increase the participation of Polish research teams in projects that use foreign or international research infrastructures. All this requires a very solid digital infrastructure. And in this regard, Ministry supports projects such as the national data storage that you heard about a minute ago. We also support investments in supercomputing, for example, in EuroHPC. From the top of my head, one of the best success stories in the EuroHPC right now, the LUMI supercomputer, was co-funded by Poland, and right now we are working on another supercomputer that will be built in Kraków. We, meaning the ministry, of course, is working also on the support for you could call it a softer side of open science, and we do it mainly by competence building. We are supported here by the National Science Center, and we're working on two main types of online courses. First, we have larger, more generalistic MOOC, Massive Open Online Courses, first of which should be published by Navojka platform by the end of this month, and all of them will be, of course, freely accessible. And we have a bit smaller, more concise webinars, each dedicated to a particular scientific discipline. 3 of them have already taken place, and new ones should be published every month. Of course, they also will be freely available to all. I think that I took enough of your time for today. So to sum up, I want to thank you for your attention. And for the third time today, I wish you a very fruitful meetings, engaging conversations. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much. And I in particular have enjoyed that you will invest into competences and education, because to my understanding, brain power is much more relevant than cycles. Thank you very much again. So, next presentation will be given by Tiziana Ferrari. She is the acting director of the EGI Foundation, and I guess known to everybody. Is there anyone in the room who don't know Tiziana? I don't see any single hand coming up. So please, Tiziana, so just go ahead.
Do you have the clicker to advance slides? Thank you. So welcome to our conference, CGI 2023. It's a pleasure to be back in Poland after having been a few years ago in Krakow. And I couldn't repeat the thanks also to the ministry for having such a good support to science in Poland through PL Grid and through Cyphernet, who is our council representative for Poland. We have been relying on the capacities of the Polish infrastructure and the innovation and the knowledge in the country that your engineers and scientists have been bringing to EGI. So big thanks to the Polish community. I'd like to very quickly bring you through a very quick journey of EGI. We are saying 20 years of history. Why 20 years? Because back in April 2004, the first accounting data of what was the EGI Federation of those times was being gathered. And we can say back in 2004, we started to have a production infrastructure. Scientific computing since then has been enjoying tremendous growth. 2 Nobel Prizes have been just perhaps the most prominent example of how important distributed computing has been for European science. And as EGI community, we are very proud that the many data centers and scientific communities have been part of this journey from the very beginning. There is something, I believe, very special with EGI Federation. We are a federation of research data centers that bring research data to the federation. And that also means that a lot of the services that become part of the EGI Federation come from scientific communities, and this is very unique. We believe working together with scientific communities and being part, in fact, of a large multidisciplinary community across Europe is probably one of the greatest success of EGI over the years. So in this quick walkthrough, we will see the services of the EGI Federation, looking at how research is being served, and more recently also how we're opening to industry and SMEs through a number of projects and the EGI Digital Innovation Hub. I'd like to give you some of the figures that illustrate the status of the EGI Federation today. We have been seeing quite significant growth. I have to be careful not to drop off the stage here. Significant growth in numbers. I'd like to first bring you the results of the federated cloud. We have an increase in about 40% in the last 12 months. Here the success has been thanks to linking to cloud research infrastructures across Europe, but also in South Africa and China to support international scientific collaborations. And EGIACE, which is being celebrated today as final conference, is probably one of the most enabling projects for that. In EGIACE, for the first time, we introduced open call structure so that the communities could be engaged and technically supported, and this was fundamental to back this growth of the cloud. We have to date 36 projects, only counting those that involve the EGI Foundation, so this is just the tip of the iceberg. You, of course, participate in many more. These are primarily scientific projects in collaboration with research communities that have complex demands in terms of data access and processing. And I believe this is already a tangible illustration of how and how much scientific computing is important in science. So we have seen this growing with doubling number of projects in the last 2 to 3 years. The number of users has been steadily increasing, so we have a steady growth of 8%, and most of these users are engaged with thematic scientific applications. I believe this is never talked enough. We will have a chance in the panel which follows my presentation to see how important virtual research environments, scientific gateways are for users. These are the environments which are known to scientists. And it is my personal belief that this component of the scientific infrastructure is never considered highly enough. Its fundamental comes from the know-how of researchers. They are the bridges that make data and computing available, cloud, HPC, and HTC. And we believe these services as integral elements should be supported more and more. And we will strive to support this part of the infrastructure in the future. I want to conclude this quick walk through numbers by presenting the number of scientific publications. We counted the number of open access publications which are enabled by our scientific communities as the most important KPI for EGI. We annually support about 1,800 open access scientific publications, and thanks to Open Air that allows us to gather these numbers. This is our pride, I would say, and this would not be possible without the scientific communities that work with all the data centers of the Federation to make this possible. And there are also very important elements of open science. There was, in the presentation before by the Ministry, an explanation of how open science is fundamental as a new paradigm in science in the coming decades. Scientific applications are a very important fundamental element of open science. I want to mention WNMR, that is here represented by Alexander Bonven. By opening scientific applications, tens of thousands of users have been supported worldwide, especially during the COVID pandemic, and we have many other examples of similar applications. So open science is not just publications, it's not just open data, but also open infrastructures and open software. We welcomed in 2022 3 new members, and we are very happy to have Lithuania in the NGI Federation with the representation of University of Vilnius. But we also welcomed Austria, very active through ACANET, and more recently NBIS, which is the Elixir bioinformatics node in Sweden, that is a very active users of federated cloud services, bringing their applications available to users across Europe and beyond. This would not be possible, these numbers, of course, without our data centers, our council members, and a big thank goes, of course, to them for the continued support, and also to the national funding agencies which are supporting programs like the one presented earlier on in Poland. I have a few slides illustrating some of the coordinated projects of the EGI Foundation that give you a flavor of how strategically EGI is moving towards infrastructure as a service, into an infrastructure that brings more scientific data and applications as an integral platform. Imagine is a newly started project that tackles the problem of imaging applied to marine science, and where imaging relies on the collection of marine data from different research infrastructures, with the problem of having integration of data to enable artificial intelligence analysis on top of these data holdings. iMarine is one, Imagine is one of the projects of the many that strive to achieve data integration and application integration with computing. And we hope that for the future, in the coming decade, the EGI infrastructure will become more and more an infrastructure where public data and fair data can be made available as a service and fully integrated with a rich portfolio of applications. We believe this is where scientific computing should evolve in the future, and this will not be possible without the collaboration of research infrastructures and the European data providers. The second project I want to bring to your attention, and there will be more sessions for those who stay longer during the conference, is IntoTwin. This is a research and innovation project that takes a look at the computing and data continuum. What is the continuum? It means being able to tap into different infrastructure capacities, cloud, high-throughput computing, and high-performance computing, while having large data infrastructures interconnected and made available for simulation and modeling. In this project, we have been teaming up with a number of scientific communities from different backgrounds and scientific domains. And the ambition in this project is to create a blueprint of a digital twin engine that will hopefully serve as an example and model across different scientific communities to enable modeling through large data repositories across Europe and beyond. Through the InterTwin project, we hope to strongly connect also with Destination Earth, and tomorrow in the opening plenary we'll hear about the Destination Earth, very important initiative supported by DG Connect. There are very common elements between EGI user communities and the user communities of modeling for the Green Deal. Destination Earth is a very nice example which tackles similar problems to InterTwin, which is HPC data integration for applications which also need cloud and different distributed data sets. And we hope that by having this project running to have a very fruitful collaboration with Destination Earth, also tapping into their integration with our HPC and bringing this more and more with their services and solutions also to EGI user communities. And the last project I want to feature is EGI ACE. We've mentioned this is the concluding month of the project. It's the implementation project of the EOSCO computer platform, which has been conceived as a federation of different cloud providers and the fully integrated portfolio of thematic services. The thematic services, again, are this scientific layer of applications which bring the best of breed of applications from our scientific communities. Europe is probably one of the most important contributors to scientific software, and the success of EGIAs would not be possible without our thematic services. A few numbers: we have been serving 77,000 users, and I want to draw attention to the use case applications which have been integrated and the user community supported. We have, on average, about a new user community starting production activities, thanks to EGIAs, every 2 weeks. And this is a tremendous pace, considering the complexity of the digital needs of many of these research projects. You will hear more about EGIAs in the following sessions, so I hope you can stay for other interesting talks. And I will move forward to presenting the status of the user community of EGI. So today, high energy physics and generally speaking physics, including astronomy and astrophysics and astroparticle physics, are the large consumers of computing capacity which is coming through the Federation, which comprises about 200 data centers worldwide, most of these in Europe, but also a significant fraction in Asia-Pacific, Africa, Latin America, Canada. And we have peering agreements, which means collaboration agreements with Open Science Grid in the United States, with the ambition of creating really a fully integrated large computer platform worldwide. On the contrary, environmental science is today the most active user community in the federated cloud. So having the federated cloud launched in 2014 was quite instrumental to be able to open to new scientific communities, especially interactive computing, which was not possible through traditional high-throughput computing and grid technologies. This is an illustration of how different scientific communities are using federated cloud and enabling services in EGI. So as I said, a large contribution from earth sciences, but also life sciences and engineering and bioinformatics and structural biology. In terms of who are the scientific communities, the largest fraction today are research communities, which are communities of practice, which are distributed and international in terms of footprint. We also have research projects for Horizon Europe and previously Horizon 2020 that we have engaged. And research infrastructures. Research infrastructures are our major data initiatives in Europe. And we're really proud of having strengthened our collaboration with ESRI research infrastructures. We have in this diagram an illustration of what were the domains we have been tackling in 2022, and today we have more than 30 research infrastructures on the ESRI roadmap which are using services or data or computing facilities which are federated in our federation. And I would say a lot of this was thanks to the European Open Science Cloud, which is today the European framework where research communities and horizontal infrastructures come together with joint objectives of innovation, data integration, and open science. And this would not be possible without EOSC. This is, for those of you that are in the room, a screenshot of our accounting statistics in the first month back in 2004, when the first computing results were being gathered structurally in what was becoming a stable infrastructure. I'm personally honored of having been part of this at that time, probably more as a junior researcher. High energy physics and other scientific communities back in 2000s have been the pioneers of a new model in scientific computing, which embraced the distribution. At that time, that was considered like a crazy objective, a moonshot objective, and there were serious doubts that all the infrastructures of Europe, from networking, from computing, would be able to cope with this challenge and with the coming challenges of high energy physics in terms of data taking. I believe it was extraordinary that in only 4 years from conception to design and implementation, already the first elements of the EGI Federation were already in place. And since then, this platform has become mainstream, kind of a commodity infrastructure that many scientific communities are using for their daily work, assuming the infrastructure will be there as a federation. It actually took a long time to design the governance, the policies, the processes, to have all the structures, the security coordination, which was also mentioned by Volker, very important once you move from projects, from development into a day-by-day production infrastructure. And this is taking enormous effort. I want to really thank the operations communities in EGI for their ability to keep the infrastructure always available, and also coping with the technology changes we have been seeing, a lot of new technical developments, new software solutions being integrated, fundamental changes in how we handle trust and identity management. This is extremely complex in a federation of thousands of service endpoints, requires enormous collaboration across countries and data centers. And this is thanks to many of our members, but also to very important research communities that are also helping us in this daily challenge. So these are the diagrams that gave a bit of bigger perspective. This is how usage has been evolving over the years. In the last 10 years, the top diagram is high throughput computing. The bottom part is cloud computing. And this shows how important computing remains in order to be able to tackle the data challenges of the future. And we definitely have to mention some of the projects which are part of our history. DataGrid was the moonshot project where a lot of design and initial technical developments were made possible under the coordination of CERN, followed by the EGE projects, which helped what was then just a federation of data centers developing into a stable infrastructure. I want to mention EOSC Hub because this is the first project where EGI came together with EUDAT and GEAN as a cross-infrastructure initiative. And EGI is today a major collaboration with thematic service providers. However, all of this would not be possible without a lot of funding from the Commission and specifically DG Connect for EGI to be able to do innovation on a daily basis. And a number of projects here have been instrumental to create the continuity of software development, which is today the backbone and the enabler of the Federation. I like to mention ARC, which was for European research infrastructure, one of the main initiatives to evolve and consolidate trust and identity management. And I like to mention Euroscience Gateway in the context of the EOSC funding program, which is a very important project that enables adding value services on top of infrastructure and federation. If you are curious, you will see around in the booth area, you will see a number of brochures that have been recently produced, our annual report, so a lot of figures and more data is available from the brochure. You have information on the services, our service portfolio, and also the impact report of EGIAs. So big thanks to this community and thanks for all of you that will contribute to the coming days and sessions with a lot of technical presentations. We will go into different topics, data spaces, which are quite prominent initiatives to push for data economy, which is quite central also in EOSC and in EGI to bring value to the scientists, but also digital twins and the compute and data continuum that will be tackled today and tomorrow. So quite a broad range of topics, among others, that you will have an opportunity to contribute to. So with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and then we will continue with a panel. Thank you. Yes, I will call the panelists who are here on the front line. And it's for me really a great pleasure to call, first of all, Alexandre Bonvin, that I already mentioned before, Scientific Director of the Bay Food Center for Biomolecular Research. Please take a chair. Marek Magris, Deputy Director for HPC, Cyfronet. Welcome. Dick Sharp, Managing Director, Maris. Oksana Smirnova, Associate Professor at Lund University. And Magdalena, I will try to try the name, Zohertovska, okay, Policy and Program Officer from DG Connect, Unit C1, Open Science and Digital Modeling at the European Commission. Do we have mics here at the front? Not yet. Okay, so we do need a mic here. More than one, yes. So with this panel of experts, we hope to bring you the perspective of many that have been behind scientific computing from the very beginning, of EGI as national initiatives bringing scientific computing, but also research communities. And we hope that in this panel we'll be able to tackle a number of aspects of scientific computing, from user communities to also issues around funding, contributions to innovation, and more. So I think I will grab a seat here. Maybe I can steal one already. It's good. How do you switch it on? Okay. So thanks for being here and for your time in being part of this panel. We have prepared a few questions, and yeah, I would like to start with the first question. I'd like to ask our Polish colleague, Oksana, how was your contribution as an organization, so CipherNet, but also the Nordic countries represented by NAIC and DGF. Both the CipherNet and the Nordic countries have been integral participants to the implementation of the GI Federation, with significant technical contributions in terms of software development, design, architecture, and innovation. So my question is, with your experience, how did your organizations at national and regional level respond to innovation and service delivery needs, and how do you see your priorities evolving in the future? We said earlier on that the federation comes from the members, and of course it's driven by the priorities of our members and our collaborating organizations. So what was the past, Oksana? And let's start with you, you're next to me, and how do you see the future from your Nordic perspective?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question indeed, because yeah, the past, yeah, it has been a long way, as you've shown in your slides. So I remember, actually, it started all with Data Grid project in 2001, I believe. That was a long while ago, and indeed it was driven by the requirement of innovation from the particle physics community, which I represent here as well. So we did realize early on that we are coming with such large volumes of data that we don't really know how to handle it. So already in like last century, shall I say, people were developing models, like simulating what will be the data flow, and it became clear that we would need some really, firstly, a very good organization of the services, some very strict hierarchy if you want to if you want to get our scientific results out of this data. But also we have to look around for new technologies, and that's what we always do. So that's how we approach this requirement or the need for innovation, because we still actually didn't quite solve the issue of data, and it was mentioned by all the previous speakers essentially here that this is still a challenge. And that's why we always keep looking every day at whatever comes on the market, maybe come with our own solutions. And that's, for example, something which the Nordic community came with, is that we figured that actually we tried different things, which was back then in early 2000s. And well, nothing was quite meeting the needs of our particle physics community. So we actually had to sit down and do some brainstorming and develop our own solution, which we tried first on the Nordic scale, and now we know that it actually scales up to worldwide, and whatever we develop, the distributed, especially in terms of distributed data handling and in distributed data, and we have distributed storage actually, which spans not only Nordic countries but also now goes all the way to Slovenia and Switzerland. So it's not quite Nordic. But it's all still handled by the innovative solutions that we implemented for our operational essentially needs. But then, of course, when it comes to the quality of service, this is also a very important thing. So one thing is to invent a wonderful new technology. Another thing is to make it running and working on a 24/7 basis. But for that, we have actually a very good framework, which is WLHC Computing Grid, led by CERN, and actually all the countries have quite specific, maybe not very strict, but rather specific, you may call it service level agreements with CERN. So we have to dedicate resources, we have to dedicate or have to commit our efforts to the common good, and there are some criteria which we have to meet. So and this is what we expect to be working in future, because this is so WCG as a user community based project, as you may say, is a very long-term project. So we expect it to stay and really steer us in the as long as it's needed by the community. but also to motivate really looking for further innovations, whatever may come our way.
I have a similar question. So Marek, Cyfronet, as we said, has been actively involved in infrastructure and technical development in Poland. Can you give a bit of perspective how the Polish infrastructure has been evolving in the context of computing and EGI? And I would be quite interested about NDS. I understand it's a new initiative in Poland. It was already mentioned before. If you could say a few words and how scientific communities will take advantage.
Yep, so hello, nice to be here and nice to see all of you. Answering your question, we did identify, of course, that it's important to work together with the users. I think that's the first thing we have learned over the whole collaboration. And as you probably all know, Cyfronet in 2007 started this initiative in Poland called PL Grid, which was supposed to build this distributed infrastructure and address the NGI needs of EGI at that time for the future. And PL Grid has been successfully existing for the last 16 years, which is also a great success, right? So congratulations on EGI and the European Grid Initiative existing for 20 years, but we've been also trying to mimic what you were doing in Europe and map it to the Polish needs. And from what we've learned for those 16 years is definitely that we need to hear out for the needs of our users. We need to work together with them, and we need to prepare some services which are tailored for their needs. And I think that especially today, if you have a look at how many services do we have available in our portfolios and how many new communities come to use all of those services, it's actually making our lives really, really hard, right? So I'm not saying that the grid was easier back then, because it was not. It was hard, it was new, it was very challenging, and as you said, it was something which at that time was close to impossible. But yet, if you have a look at the perspective from today, where you still have high throughput computing, where you have high performance computing, you will have clouds, and clouds mean VMs, cloud means containers, cloud means function as a service. You have this variety of data services which you need to combine, and then you have newcomers as users which don't have this experience in using computing resources as the high energy physics community had in the 2000 earlies, right? So it's really, really challenging to work with all of those groups and be able to pinpoint them to the proper set of services and make the services available for them and make them understand how the service actually works. And you need to make them understand how the service actually works because, and again, it was mentioned before, data, right? We all live in the era of quick internet access and large bandwidth links, and of course Jean is helping a lot with providing this capability. Yet still it's very important where your data resides and where your computation resides, and you need to be aware of that. And of course we do our best to make it as transparent as possible. You can transparently access your data, but to do it efficiently you still need to have this awareness. That's why I think that moving slightly away from the technical aspect of this infrastructure world, it's very important to work with the community, to build competence in the community, to make them understand what they are actually doing, to make them understand what the future is going to look like, and make them prepare for what's happening in the future. And that's what we are trying to do in Poland with the PL Grid initiative. With the support of the Ministry of Education and Science, we were able to put PL Grid project as somehow the solution for EOSC challenges on the Polish map of research infrastructures. That's quite important from the sustainability point of view, because I think that this is also something which we've learned over time. To gain trust of your users, you make sure that your infrastructure is sustainable, and they need to be convinced that whatever investments they made, and learning is investment, it will not be something which just goes away after 2 years because the project has ended. So having the sustainable funding source and sustainable roadmap for development for the future is very important. And Also, something which was mentioned today is the security aspect of all of that, right? So we have this complexity of services, we have this variety of new workloads and new user needs, which means more users, more services, more complexity. You need more automation to make sure that all of this works and all of this is accessible and that meets the proper SLAs, of course, but also security, especially now when there are many challenges which were not as visible before. That's something which we need to take into consideration and again learn our users how to use the infrastructure in a secure way, but also security in this policy way of thinking. So where my data resides, who is responsible for my data, what's the governance of data, right? And that's why I think that we need the still development of this federated infrastructure to be able to provide local source of data for the communities who actually need that. Of course, all of those more regulated user communities, such as medicine, such as some forms of biology, bring some additional requests for data security and for confidentiality in the infrastructure. That's a big challenge which we will need to meet that, and in a federated infrastructure that's really hard. Yet we need to address all of those issues, and I hope that we will be able to do that together. And of course, I hope that with the partnership we have in Poland in the Pilgrim Consortium and the mentioned projects like MDS, which Norbert mentioned before, which will store quite significant portions of data, with some other projects which are currently being developed in Poland, we need to make sure that we can make them work together, that we can exchange the data, that we can make the life of our user as easy as possible, because in the end no one wants to use 700 different services, 700 different infrastructures. They want to just have their problem solved, and it's our role to make it happen.
So we have been looking at how important national regional initiatives like in Poland or the Nordics have been important for the Federation in Europe and worldwide. Ministerial funding has been instrumental, as we've heard. And I'd like to ask a question to Magda here, being our DG Connect representative. We would be interested in knowing how DG Connect is planning to support scientific computing, having already a very long history of support, not only in AGI, but also other compute initiatives like PRAISE or HPC. So my question is, Magda, how DG Connect is today, or maybe also in the future, in the coming work program, planning to support innovation. As I mentioned in my introductory presentation, innovation wouldn't have been possible at European scale without strong support over the years of the European Commission. So we're quite keen on learning about the DG Connect perspective.
So thank you very much for the invitation to the conference, and from the side of DG Connect, I think the unit where I'm coming from, it's digital modeling and open science. I think we are quite well placed because we're touching on the major infrastructure programs, one being connectivity and support to GEON, at the same time via open science support to EOSC, and now also following a major flagship project Destination Earth. So all those projects are touching big infrastructure funding, and also coming from the European Commission in Luxembourg, we are also well placed to be right next to the Euro HPC funding and to the data unit, which is basically governing the data space initiative. All that is basically a little bit responding to the question how the European Commission is funding the kind of future computing, future research infrastructure projects. And I think important to understand is that the legal frameworks, the national requirements, they're all different. So we are operating within a quite rigid financial framework for research grants for trying to respond to fund very different entities. So it has its challenges. I mean, there is no model that fits all. So we have to navigate between the projects, and the projects are ranging from kickstarting, for example, a submarine cable connecting the first one, Europe to from Portugal to Brazil, and projects like EOSC, which are more distributed projects. So we have one framework that should basically respond to very different needs. I think it's a challenge that we are trying to navigate as much as we can via the different support programs. I think for looking forward, also responding to community and also addressing maybe the ministry, I think the future challenges or kind of tasks that are ahead of us is basically building the federation with all the support, financial support, and all the entities in Europe. I think we should try to really federate, and also in view of the data space initiatives that will be connecting all the kind of European data, as being one of the data space basically and the partners. I think one of the I see three challenges, one being the federation, really the securing the governance and kind of with all the security also requirements being named. Secondly, I think the question of interoperability, I think one of the EOSC tasks now will become crucial when we look at the also data spaces, not only on EOSC only, and the sustainability, also tackling the question that this is a mix of national funding, of regional funding, European Commission funding, provided at the kind of level to ensure the federation. So I think, having said that, I hope this responds in a general way to the kind of question of the challenges of the funding. There is a specific committee on the research infrastructure which is very active, and we are between the Commission and Member States. There is a very active community dialogues that we are trying to coordinate and participate. So we're trying to get the feedback from all sides involved and then respond as much as it's possible with the, as I said, the kind of rigid framework that is designed mostly for research grants and not specifically for addressing long-term sustainable projects. I think this kind of also is being tackled and with projects like Destination Earth, when we are really aiming for the framework of 10 years now of the flagship project. So I think this responds a bit to the question.
Yeah, thanks, Magda. It's very good to hear that DG Connect is spearheading this and keeping the commitment, because the funding of DG Connect has been fundamental for innovation, development, and engaging with new user communities. And with this, I'd like to move to the next discussion topic for this panel. We have 3 out of 5 of our panelists that have strong connections with different scientific domains. Alexander Bonven with UNMR, very active in structural biology. We have Dick Sharp from Maris, strong links with marine science, Sea DataNet, and recent projects like Blue Cloud 2026, so looking into environmental science. And with Oksana, we have experience in the needs of high energy physics. So 3 different communities here on the table. And I like for each of you, perhaps we can start from Alexandra at the other end of the table. How do you see scientific computing going in your scientific domain? What are the challenges ahead?
Thanks, Tiziana, and a pleasure to be here today with all of you. So one disruptive things that happened in the last couple of years in structural biology is AI, Google, DeepMind, and this has changed completely our field. They were able to do that because the structural biology community has been depositing data since over 50 years in a protein data bank, so there's a long history of open data somewhere, so it takes a long time. But we're also able to do that because they had the technology and the computing. And I don't think that we could achieve what Google achieved, but also Meta now developed a language model with 30 billion parameters. We could probably not train such model on our current infrastructure, even if it's fantastic, because these are really huge challenges. So AI in structural biology is changing the field, which means that we need more GPUs probably, if you want to to do this kind of computing. And the data here are also a big issue. So you presented Imagine project and other deep learning distributed projects. We'll have to see if those scale up for the kind of problems that we are dealing with in structural biology. So I think that's a challenge. Another thing which is happening, I think, in the field is Google has been very, of course, there is a fantastic machinery behind Google DeepMind in terms of PR, but they have been democratizing these kind of approaches because they are providing these Colab notebooks with powerful GPUs associated, and everyone can use them for free. You just need to have an account, and there is no certificate, whatever. So it's very simple to use. So people are used to using these, big tech company resources for free, and if they want to scale up, they'd have to come with a credit card. So I think there's a challenge for EGI and EOSC to move to a model where you're also so attractive to the users that that's the first step they're going to take. And you have competition here from the big techs, I think. So that's not simple. So the data challenge there is clearly there for the community. One thing maybe I should also stress here in terms of data, there are very nice examples, and we've heard about them, of initiatives, of large projects that are generating a lot of data, and then these need to be analyzed. In the life sciences, the data, there is no initiative that generates a lot amount of data and puts them out there. Each data set is unique. Each data set is very specific to a given research question, to a given researcher. The human genome was completed years ago. I think the first complete draft was only completed last year. But each one of you has a different genome. And when it comes to addressing a health problem, it's one mutation in one of your genome that is going to cause that problem. And that's one question that needs to be addressed when the problem comes. So it means that each data set is unique, and each data set needs to be analyzed, and you're going to have to move a lot of data around or bring the compute to the data. So it's different than, again, CERN generating tons of data that needs to be analyzed everywhere. Here, each researcher is generating unique data that needs to be possibly moved around or deposited and preserved for long term. And so that's a challenge, I guess, to address for the future of the EOSC. And GPUs.
So what is your view for the future? What would be the innovation areas where EGI should prioritize work?
I think there is a move to cloud. There's more GPU resources. There is not a lot of GPU resources yet. At least it's not experienced by the users. I think you have an opportunity here to maybe connect. Let's one step back. Reaching the end user is always difficult. So we need thematic services. We need some intermediate layer that connects the infrastructure to the end users. And maybe that EGI could have a role there in connecting to the IT services of the universities and research center, so that when there is a demand, that they can outburst on the EOSC infrastructure when needed. Because this will be, again, an intermediate in a step. You have the national centers, of course, that have such a role, but the national centers need to connect to the local research center, universities. So, and this provides maybe one mean of addressing the end user. And for the end users, at the end, it should be transparent. You should not even know that he's computing on EOSC resources. You just want to solve a problem. But that's a challenge. So making the connections not only at the national level, there is a fantastic federation in EGI, which has been there for 20 years now, but bringing down this to the level of institutions.
So this is an interesting comment, because we actually saw in another disciplines, perhaps definitely energy physics, more a trend towards consolidation of computing in large data centers rather than integration of local infrastructures. You think for structural biology this is different?
If I look at my colleagues, imaging techniques in structural biology are generating a lot of the data. And again, these are not the data like telescope images that are put out there. So these are specific to one problem. And so people might process those data close to home. They might invest in some GPU cluster, whatever, because even if the large HPC center might have faster resources, by the end of the week, when you have transferred the data, analyzed, get back your results, you have done as much work on your local small cluster than you have done on an HPC center. So that's somewhere a bottleneck. So it has to become attractive for people to use those large resources. And this means, shuffling data around or leaving the data at the local center, but in some way make it transparent that the computing all of a sudden appears somewhere. And that's a challenge.
Yeah, so it's a problem
and
of
the data
gravity. Yeah.
Yes, and a lot of this imaging data, you need all the data together to be able to solve the problem. So you cannot distribute the computing in, each one of them are small tasks. So it's difficult to distribute in small tasks. So you need to access all the data to process and analyze them. So it's not a simple challenge to solve.
Thanks. So I'd like to ask the same questions now to Dick. For those who are not familiar with CDataNet and Blue Cloud, these are major European initiatives for federating data, of course, specific to marine science. And I believe Dick brings in this panel a different or complementary view, which is the view of a scientific community, which is strongly driven by data distribution, data heterogeneity. And there is also, as far as I understand, now with Blue Cloud, an initiative to bring services on top of the data. We heard before how important services are to extract knowledge from the data. So from your scientific domain and experience, what are the challenges and opportunities ahead of us?
Thank you, Tiziana. Can you hear me with the microphone? Yeah. Now, if you look at the marine and ocean domain, I think that over time, let's say the last decades, we have built up quite a big capacity in Europe, also in infrastructures. And a major catalyst was, in fact, the third framework, which had the Marine Science and Technology Program. And it was the first time, in fact, that we started bringing together European, let's say, national institutes, research institutes in the ocean domain, to work together on common standards, on let's say, but also on capacity building, because we had some leading countries, let's say larger countries like France, like UK, like Germany, and they were quite ahead of the rest. But by bringing them together, let's say, we were able to do a lot of capacity building and in engaging more of Europe, let's say all the nations together in this marine science and ocean research, but also in the components which are underpinning research. And one is data collection. So let's say we already had national measuring networks, but we were then binding them together with Eurogoose as a major driver. And also, let's say, looking at, of course, at developing the technologies that are underpinning the instrumentation and the research. We have now a very strong research fleet, so we have major research vessels. And in fact, again, let's say the research fleet was getting older, and there was then, let's say, a nice report from the Marine Board, European Science Foundation. And based upon that report, this alarm, more or less, it was decided in many countries to invest much more in developing research vessels and having a complete renewal of the fleet. So we have a very strong fleet, but also we have, let's say, many observation things like EuroArgo, for instance, which is an ERIC, an S3 research infrastructure. And that means that we have a capacity to collect data in all the different domains, in physics, chemistry, geology, biology. And this data has to be managed. And for this, let's say, we developed also over time the data management infrastructures. Again, working together with S3, of course, the S3 program. And this gave birth to, for instance, CDataNet. CDataNet is a network of national oceanographic data centers. And nowadays, we are bringing together, we give access, common access, to data from more than 115 data centers. And this is still expanding and enlarging. And we cover 26 countries which are somewhere around European seas, or have data about European seas and global seas, of course, because science is going global and not only European waters. Another very major impulse for us was, in fact, in the Copernicus program, where we have Copernicus Marine, now having ability to work with satellite data, Sentinel program, of course, and a major decision was taken by the Commission to make all the data open, all those images. And there was an enormous catalyst, again. And also, let's say, the AMODnet, which is DG Mare, European DG Mare. And in both of these projects, we are, in fact, developing products for, let's say, history, present, and future forecasting. And these are generic European products, which are only possible by by working together with all these different input from data, having common data standards, having interoperability, fairness, etc. And this way, making very good products, which really find their way to many users all over the society. not only, let's say, research, but also the industry, but also, let's say, decision makers, policy makers. And all the time acknowledging, of course, the science behind, let's say, those who have collected the data and have done the science, because that's part of the whole citation and of the acknowledgement that's it that you have to do, let's say, to get everybody engaged in this pyramid. And right now we are faced with a new challenge, a major challenge, and that's the Mission Ocean. The Mission Ocean is in fact, let's say, a challenge that a directive or an initiative, let's say, to work on restoring our oceans, because everybody reads the newspaper, you hear about in the TV. There's a really alarming situation with the condition of our seas and our oceans. And that means there's the UN, has the Ocean Decade, and the international, say, the 10-year program for the oceans. But we also have in Europe the Mission Ocean. And to restore the ocean, we need, of course, to accomplish much more knowledge about that ocean. And that requires more data, it requires more research. It also requires, let's say, more infrastructure to be able to handle and to work together in a collaborative way and bring all our knowledge together to be able to solve those insights that we need. And then from this, develop, let's say, measures, implement measures, and follow the impact of those measures on the condition of the oceans. And this has to be accomplished by a new infrastructure, which is in fact building upon the earlier foundations that I was already mentioning for data management, for data collection, for research. And that's called the digital twins of the oceans. And that's in fact an ocean attempt or an ocean challenge, which is related to also the Destination Earth program. And it has its own, let's call it its own space, the ocean space. And what they want to develop, or what we want to develop, is, let's say, is an infrastructure which helps you to predict how the system will react to certain measures. So you want to more or less develop what-if scenarios. And those have to be, they need enormous amounts of data. Also, they need very good new algorithms, so not the long-term programs, but also short models, let's say, that really can react on the spot on the questions, and then give you an impression and of course also a trustworthy prediction what could happen. And this part of this is that we also want to engage the whole society. So it's not only research. Research is at the base, they are the core, because they have to develop those models and have to bring in the knowledge that we need and the algorithms. But we need also to engage the citizens partly by bringing also data into the system. That sets also quite some requirements on quality control, validation of their data. You can really use them. You have to educate also those citizens that they can really use some common protocols. But also, let's say, it is needed for the decision makers. So the EU, let's say the national parliaments, etc. people. This system must be available and accessible, all of them, for decision support, for knowledge creation, for in fact understanding how the system works, and this way serving the Mission Ocean. And that means in practice that if we come back then, let's say, to the why we're here, let's say, for EGI, what we see is that already now maybe 10 years ago, I would say, before we were supporting ourselves with our own national computing systems, and in fact, of course, we already were bridging, let's say, between the countries. But then we started working together with EGI, with UDAT, and to do a more, let's say, I would say, a more European approach, because we recognized that we could not serve ourselves all the time, but we need to make a very strategic partnership between our science clusters and, let's say, the computing clusters. And this was the start, for instance, for C-Data Cloud project, where also the EOS Hub, we were involved. And that means that over time, let's say, this is, of course, is continuing, and that's also what we're talking about here. Let's say we want to continue this and go deeper. And this will be very helpful and very needed also for the DTO, Digital Twin of the Oceans development, because there we must have capacity for big data processing. It must be fast computing, because people want on the spot an answer to questions that will be held. We need a lot of visualization, because to make it easier for people to make decisions, we're talking about politicians, we're talking about decision makers, we're talking also about citizens. That means that we must do a lot with visualization. And one form of visualization could be gamification, which is something that's being used more and more in big boardrooms, big companies. They do gamification. So they play the game in a virtual reality, and based on this, they make decisions. And those decisions have to be trustworthy, of course, because otherwise, let's say, they can't take the decision. But that's something that requires enormous power, computing power. So we think about large storages, more and more than we have right now. We think about a lot of GPUs, of course, let's say graphical chips, to be able to support those processes. We think about artificial intelligence, Because that's also needed for all these algorithms, let's say, in enormous amounts of data to really do the validation, but also pick out those which are relevant for us. And this is something that I would say is a demand for the future. And also, of course, the demand is that we keep on working together in that sense, that we do co-creation, co-design of those infrastructures together with the research community in a very strong interaction, because that we really can in fact play the record that we would like to play and get the music that we want. Thank you.
Thanks, Dick. So the co-design element is definitely very important. This is where, in fact, where AGI started from WSCG and the physics community. So I'd like to then ask Oksana the same question. With your knowledge of LHC and the high luminosity LHC experiment, how do you see the innovation in the future, the challenges and opportunities?
Yes, indeed. In view of the high luminosity LHC, what does it mean? It means that we are upgrading the Large Hadron Collider to essentially producing even more data, and I'm talking really in the order of magnitude more data, and that's so the data is really the and everything related to data handling, meaning storage, starting with storage and then going on to analysis and to producing final scientific results remains a challenge. It's always been a challenge, like I mentioned, so that's where we started looking into innovative solutions. And so for now we have some pretty good and working solutions so far. We did figure what to do with computing pretty well. As you shown also in your slides, we can use really a lot of CPU power, and we have no problem plugging into our federated infrastructure whatever comes our way, be it a high-performance computer or be it a university cluster. So this we have pretty good ideas how to do. We have all the technologies there, and this scales very well. So we don't expect it being the challenge. We of course also try to invest more effort into using newer architectures, like indeed GPUs, accelerated computing. However, we have this luxury of having actually very simple data comparing to our colleagues from life sciences, because high energy physics deals with elementary particles, right? So they're elementary. They're very simple objects. They're not like humans or oceans, right? They're actually very simple. So this is, on one hand, it's a luxury, because our data is already, our raw data is pretty much compressed, right? Because they're rather simple. However, we have rather complex devices to detect those processes in our accelerators, and we have very complex physics models to understand what this process actually means, for instance, or what shall we expect, and that what adds complexity in our data. So we have derived data, meaning data which are enhanced with our knowledge of our instruments and with our knowledge of models, much more in volume than actually our raw data. And these are not necessarily produced and large or processed in large supercomputing centers. They are probably processed at the university analysis facilities, for instance, like that. So the distributed infrastructure, the federated infrastructure, will always be a necessity for us, even if we will plug in large supercomputers there, because of course we will always have end users, the physicists, researchers, students who will do the analysis in the end and produce the scientific outputs. And this it's really at the moment it's mind-boggling, because it's difficult to figure how will it scale by an order of magnitude, because we are already kind of running more or less at a full capacity when it comes to storage. And as I mentioned, our data are already compressed, so it's not trivial to understand how can we compress it more. Do we have to start throwing away data? And we don't want to do it, because otherwise why did we build this wonderful machine if we start throwing away data simply because we have no place to store it, right? So we are looking into different solutions, maybe even AI-based compressing approaches and things like that. But it's still still a challenge. And so that's I think all the research and activities which are directed towards really ensuring that we can retain all the data we collect and make a good scientific results out of this will remain a challenge for quite a long time, I suppose.
And what is the time scale for that?
Well, we're going to run the machine until 2038 for sure, if not longer. So that's for a little while.
I'm hearing from Volker that we could take questions from the audience. So the first question is from Volker himself.
Yes, thank you very much. I was wondering, so I've learned from Alexander and Dick as well, and that you want to use GPUs and co-design and so forth. On the other hand, we are faced with the situation that, for instance, Google TPUs are not publicly available. So you can only use these tools and these resources if you go to Google and others. So is this the future of science? So where does the responsibility of science end at this point? So are we obliged to use every cycle, or is there a sort of end because of political reasons? And this as well goes to Magda. Is this in the sense of the European Commission? Is this what the European Commission wants to support, this approach, having a carrot hanging out by Google and then pulling science into the Google world, and that's it? Is this the way the future should look like?
Maybe I will start. Well, if you ask the PhD student who is doing his project, I think he or she doesn't care about the politics of the EU, and is going to take the quickest step to get to the results. And if that's Google, then that's Google. Of course, when Google hooks you on using their tools, and then at some point there's a commercial, you want to use more and you have to come with your credit card or something, then it becomes complicated. So there's no simple answer to that. If there was a simple alternative to using those free tools, people will use those. Everyone uses Google to search things. You say, is that a European project? We should not use Dropbox because of security issues. Our university forbid Dropbox. I still have an account. Should not say that, it's streamed, but so the lowest energy path, and I'm a chemist in background, is the path that things are going to happen.
Yeah, sure, I agree. But is there an answer from the politics?
Yeah.
Yes, I think saying from the side of the European Commission, the public hyperscalers is a big elephant in the room that no one wants to touch at this moment. I think the debate, I think the awareness is there. I think also if you mention Copernicus data, I know it's easier to find Copernicus data in public hypers than kind of European space. I don't have an answer to that. The answer is that at the European level, the funding support goes really to European infrastructures, and the discussion is focusing around that. Maybe it will be time also to bring the issue of the hyperscalers kind of role already in the European research kind of activities. For the moment, the focus is very clearly on the European infrastructure. So.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe just commenting a little bit on those on this cloud thing. So I think that the question which we need to ask to ourselves is why users would prefer to go to Google or Amazon or AWS over our infrastructures, which are, by the way, for free, at least for most of them, right? And I think that what those cloud providers do better than us is the enrollment process. So you can very easily get, that's a infinite amount of resources, which is not infinite, but you mimic it as infinite. Use it for free, at least for a certain portion of time. And why cannot we focus on that, right? Because if they do it better than us, and this is not the goal of hyperscalers, their goal is to make money. It's not our goal. Our goal is to make the best service possible, which, by the way, fits the needs of a certain community. So if they do it better, and we're not doing this as good as them, I think that this is some field of optimization for us, and it applies to every infrastructure in Europe, by the way. And I think that what's important and what we need to understand is that these days user time is more expensive than compute time. Cycles are for free, terabytes are for free, basically. What's not for free is the user who's waiting for their job to be started, is not a user who's waiting for their account to be created, and we need to make sure that this process is as optimal as possible, and then we can think how to get, can we fight with those big hyperscalers, because I don't think that we provide worse services than they do. I think it's a different way. It's the way they market it and the way they make it more accessible in this ease of use meaning.
Dick? Yeah, it's working. No.
It's working now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now I want to say a little bit more from the European perspective, I would say. Of course, let's say Google is there, you can use it, but it's not only computing that we want, of course, we want also knowledge generation. And for this purpose, let's say we are running a project called Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud 226 right now is the, let's say, the successor. And that's about open science, making a virtual research environment, a platform where we try to combine, federate many European e-infrastructures, like from EGI, from UDAS, from D4Science, CNR, also from Vecchio, which is, let's say, for Copernicus, marine. And there we also bring, let's say, a lot of applications, typical marine applications, so a lot of algorithms, models, programs, data sets, etc. And that's something Google is not doing. They are not doing that. Let's say they don't bring it all together in such a way that's really customized, that you really can have, like you say, a very easy entry. And also we have a very open door philosophy that we say we have the computing, we have the resources. So please, scientists, come along, make use of it, try it out, set yourself an account in the virtual research environment and start playing around with those tools. And then you see that you can learn a lot from other scientists that already have set a path in which they can, of course, deepen their research and their knowledge. And that's something I think, yeah, so the discussion is not about that Google has more iron or whatever. I think we have more knowledge and much more expertise, scientific expertise. And to build that community, we have to be, yeah, as a European, we have the opportunity, a large opportunity. So I say we have major programs from the Commission that help us to bring us together and having our act together. And then, of course, the scientists can choose. Of course, it's an open world, they can choose. But if I would be that scientist, I would choose for that, let's say, that platform, which is much more where I find much more of my friends to work with and share the knowledge, and this way, let's say, achieve those European missions and goals that we set ourselves. Instead of just going for myself the easy way, I want to do some computing in isolation, and that's it. So that's a little bit, let's say, my perspective. I always like to build European infrastructures. That's what I've been doing for 30 years now. And this really works. Of course, you never reach out to everybody, but that's a free society. People can do whatever they like. But what I would say, recommend, join us and beat them.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are already 15. Yes.
So with this, I think we can close the panel. Thanks again to everyone who joined us here at the table, and I'd like to give an applause to our panelists. Thank you also for being here.
I think we resume in 11:05 then. Okay, thank you.
hear me? And I hope you can also see the slides. If not, we can dim down a bit, maybe further the light there. So I'm Gergely Sipos, I'm head of the Services, Solutions and Support at the EGI Foundation. And I was, or still is, until the end of the month at least, the technical coordinator of the EGIACE project, which you heard about in the previous session. It was briefly mentioned as the flagship for the EGI Foundation that we run in the last 2.5 years. And we are delighted to have this final event for EGIACE as part of the EGI conference, running as a plenary session, so no competition, which is a unique thing, I think, in the history of 20 years of EGI, having a day dedicated to one topic. So the only chance to miss it if you make emailing for yourself. But you cannot complain because of the too many parallel sessions that you have to attend. So I'm grateful for making this happen. I'm grateful for my colleagues who set up this wonderful conference, and also the colleagues who contributed to the success of the project. We are here to celebrate, to close this 2.5 years journey, not to finish off the work, because there is still some reporting to do, and you will see some emails coming through about that. But putting that aside, it was a wonderful journey. We achieved a lot, and here we are to show you what were those achievements. Many of you who work in the project may have heard about some of them, specifically those that are coming from your work package or task, but here you can see an overarching view on what we really achieved, how we have not just the European Open Science Cloud, but how we have the EGI community, and how we have science in Europe as a whole. In the first session, we will talk about the high-level overview of what EGIACE was about and what were the key pillars of success. I will start off with a generic overview, first by putting EGIACE into a bit of a context of where we came from. Where was the European Open Science Cloud, where we started, and where is it now with the contributions of the project. So we started the European Open Science Cloud endeavor, basically, as part of the EOSC pilot project, back around 2017, which was the first project dedicated to this new initiative triggered by the European Commission to provide a federated platform that facilitates open science through different technical, policy, interoperability means. Based on the piloting activities, EOSC Hub, which was a significant, large, multi-community, multi-E infrastructure project, defined and delivered the first set of services for the European Open Science Cloud, both in the so-called EOSC core, as well as in the more dynamic EOSC exchange part. It also set down some business models, set of training and interoperability guidelines, and first of all, set down a front end through which users and providers can contribute and use the resources, which is the EOSC portal and the EOSC marketplace. So EGIACE grew out based on this legacy and continued this endeavor focusing on the computing. EGIACE stands for the EGI Advanced Computing for EOSC. So the scope is narrowed in some sense, back from EOSC Hub, going back to the core business of EGI, delivering computing and related services. And it gave us the opportunity to grow and shine in the area where we excelled in the last 20 years. And let me just reflect where we started when we kicked off EGIACE. And that started back in Budapest, my hometown, when during the EOSC symposium we sat down with a couple of people from the community, most importantly with Tiziana, to brainstorm what the project should be about and how to structure it to respond to the upcoming EC call. And that EC call was around the same time when I think two important documents emerged from the Commission and from EOSC. One was the European Data Strategy, which was really published around that time, and which put out this vision for Europe to catalog and share data assets, both from science and other sectors, through data spaces. We wanted to capture that vision in the project. And other was, back then, a previous version of the so-called Sustainability of EOSC report, which outlined a simple architecture, which I still prefer the most of all the EOSC architectures because it's simple, that delivers EOSC as a core set of services that federate data and federate a dynamic set of other assets, most importantly services in the EOSC exchange. So we wanted to reflect on these concepts, and the European Commission included in this call a new instrument, or at least new to us, the virtual access, which caused, I have to admit, a bit of headache for the community and for us to manage installations and define providers, define KPIs and metrics and all sorts of stuff in such a new structure. And we cope with that challenge, and we defined a large number of installations, and we run through the project. And just before the whole submission took over, the COVID hit Europe and worldwide, and the whole world came to a lockdown, affecting us. We still hoped for a face-to-face kickoff meeting, but of course that didn't happen in early 21. Moreover, we couldn't meet for almost 2 years. The first face-to-face event where we could meet was last September at the EGI conference. So we did almost 2 years of the project through COVID, out of the 2.5 years. I think that's something worth to remember too. And you will see later how we managed to reach the scale of use, the scale of collaboration, despite all these difficult circumstances. And we were not the only one in that situation. Just by looking at the partner projects from the same call in which EGI is run, we had colleagues from C-Scale, DICE, Nexus, and Reliance here in the room. We will have a joint session later this week, and C-Scale will have another session, and I think demos as well, to show their achievements. We were partnered in delivering services in the EOSC exchange. EGIS was focused on computing, the others were focused on other aspects of service delivery. So the project was defined under these circumstances, and the mission were very much, or was very much, and is very much influenced by those. We stated out that we want to deliver a compute platform, an integrated platform for open science in EOSC, to also contribute to this European Data Commons, which was a term coined in this European data strategy, and enable computing, different kind of processing platforms, data spaces, and tools in collaboration with major European Cloud Federation project and HPC initiatives. And during the 3 sessions we have today, we will show you how we achieved those missions, or that mission statement. EGIS is a flagship project for many reasons. The foremost important, I would say, is the large coverage of the EGI council members and partners. We have more than 50 institutes on board. We have a total budget of 12 million euros, with significant share of in-kind contributions from the whole federation. And the whole activity, I would say, can be simplified into 3 areas. One is deliver services for open science. The second is to co-develop services for thematic engagement and user support in scientific disciplines. And the third is a broadening program, both looking at the provider side and the user side. So in this first overview presentation, I will cover these 3 areas in a bit more detail, and my colleagues next to me will go into more specific details about the areas, pulling out more in-depth examples. So let's start off with the service delivery aspect, which was almost half of the budget of the whole project. By delivering services, we defined an architecture that enables computing for open science, and this architecture is not unique. It's very much the usual architecture for computing delivery, with infrastructure services platform and end-user thematic services, targeting different customer segments or user segments. Obviously, the lower we are on this architecture, the more expert or IT-savvy users we are approaching. The thematic services are aiming at end scientific users. But under the hood comes the main difference to other initiatives, which is a large diversity of services, a huge federation that encompasses infrastructure resources from academic institutes, from public clouds companies, different style of computing, from clouds to high throughput computing to high performance computing, and going up the stack, that enabling federation for computing, federated infrastructures, distribution of workloads, distribution of data, caching data across sites, and bringing identity of users in a coherent manner across the federation. And as we move up there, we have the more user-facing services for interactive computing, cluster deployment, different training and delivery of AI models, and management of large parallel workloads. And on the top of that, we built up a huge portfolio of thematic services, both coming from the consortium, so 17 of these came from the consortium, and 36 have been set up and enabled as users approached us with the intention to operate high-level scientific tools on top of the platform and infrastructure services we offered. And the service delivery made possible through two different channels. The first one was what made available by EOSC Hub before, and that was a legacy we took over, or it was taken over and continued under the EOSC Future project. And we delivered services by onboarding them into the EOSC marketplace, making them available for access. Depending on the type of service, some of them were or are open access, some even without any authentication, some with authentication, but automatically approved access. And a large number of services that we contributed require manual approval of access because of the access policies or because of the value and the cost that the backend resources are delivering. Through this channel, we reached almost 200 orders, let's say, plus a large number of other users who just came to the open access interfaces. This was typically the channel through which we accessed the long tail of science, small teams or individual researchers who wanted to complete kind of time-limited activity with a well-known kind of user story. This is the kind of activity that Alexander referred to as his PhD students just want to get the job done. And the other channel that we set up in the beginning of the project was a dedicated section on our website with a regular call for users, with an open form that was available continuously, and where we took these applications every 2 months, evaluated them, and assigned them to support teams who provided hand-holding basically to the users in identifying the best services from this catalog, the best providers behind those services, and help them arrange the data transfer, data replication, computing, containers, or whatever else was needed to make the story success. Through these mechanisms, we supported nearly 80,000 users, which is a significant share of the total EGI usage. So that service delivery activity was made possible because of the services we delivered. When the project started, EGI already had a well-defined service portfolio, which we took as input into the project. But based on that portfolio, we expanded the scope both in the platform layer and the infrastructure layer, and most importantly, in the thematic services layer. We started off the consortium by having 15 communities on board from research infrastructures from international scientific communities who brought their existing knowledge, brought their data sets, brought their applications, sometimes brought their online services into the project, and made them to the next level by connecting them to scalable backend computing, by connecting them to more intelligent identity management or more intelligent data management. Plus, through the user calls that we had 4 communities, we were approached by 36 communities who wanted to set up thematic services. So by working with them over months and months, we integrated their applications, their data sets with underlying compute and data management. And at the end, together, as a collaborative service, we registered these as thematic services in the EOSC marketplace. So by now, the project and the consortium, we all together, are empowering a big share of thematic services in EOSC. That's something we have to be proud of. If we would pull the plug just like it was mentioned earlier. If commercial providers come on board, they would pull the plug if the project is over. If we would pull the plug now, EOSC would lose more than 50 thematic services, not talking about the underlying infrastructure that we do. But because we are largely academic providers, and based on the intelligent resource allocation process, which I will touch in a moment, we are not pulling the plug. We build something that remains after the project is over. And let me just show you one example of such a thematic service that we built. Something that is rather complex, I would say, from the climate research domain, the European Network of Earth System Modeling Community enabled a huge stack of setup on top of their existing curated data repositories, which is at the bottom of this slide is the Earth System Grid Federation, a repository that accumulates data over decades now, that has well-defined governance, processes for curation. And they wanted to overcome the limitation of data download and the processing of that huge data for the end users. So the project set up this data space by connecting higher-level data caching, data management platforms, and a scalable compute layer. On top of that, exposing everything through Jupyter Hub notebooks for the end users that makes end users able to develop new workflows, new scripts, new applications, to look into that data, to scale those notebooks up on big compute resources, both on cloud and high-performance computing, and to tap into the underlying data through a data serving layer, which was enabled by our colleagues from Poland, from Cyphernet. So that's a full stack that, building on several years or decades of data accumulation, brought or opened up the knowledge of that huge data for new research scenarios. Later this week, you can see a demo tonight about this. You can see also a tutorial on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So if you want to learn more specifically about this setup, come to the demo tonight and to the tutorial on Friday. And last not but least, the project enabled us to bring the EGI community and the federation to the next level. When we started, we had already EGI high throughput computing, which was, as we looked into the statistics from 20 years, first supported the high energy physics community and over the decades broadened up the usage across disciplines. We had already the EGI federated cloud. And during the project, we expanded these two infrastructures and we established the pilot version of a high performance compute federation with 4 partners. What we achieved in the project is not just to sign up more providers into these networks, but also to include them into community-specific service-level agreements through which we guaranteed certain capabilities over certain time with certain response times and availability and reliability for those communities who approached us through the open call or through the open EOSC marketplace. And this enabled us to grow the cloud computing tremendously. The cloud infrastructure is where we saw the real uptake, the real increase, both in terms of size of capacity and also in the diversity of disciplines that tapped into this new infrastructure. Over 100 million CPU hours were delivered by EGIAs, both from Europe through this enlarged network of providers, and also by integrating providers from China, from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and from South Africa, from India. And these communities together enabled us to bring the delivery to an exponential growth after the growth in EOSC Hub. And as you can see here, these EGIS users were really the drivers that fueled this growth. A very important aspect of the delivery and the resource allocation was how we prioritized the resources when new communities approached us. And this is one of the new innovation achievements, is that we built up a knowledge base or database about which provider is committed to serve national users versus international users versus discipline-specific communities. And we try to use the resources that were available from national funding or regional funding for a given community. We tried to use pay-for-use access when the community was able to pay for the resources. And we used the virtual access almost like a fallback solution when there was no matching national capacity or no matching disciplinary specific provider. In this way, we prioritized use allocations that were already prepaid from existing funding and used the European funding to complement this in cases that was needed. As a result, we topped up the European funding with an extra 40% capacity, which was a win-win, both for the European Commission, because they got the extra percent of 40, both for the communities, because they are now relying on national providers who are committed to continue the support irrespective of the project. The project brought the users and the providers together, but then almost we stepped out of the equation. It's now more bilateral or trilateral or four-lateral if there are more countries involved in a use case, but the delivery is not relying on European Commission funding. And it was a win for EGI as well, because now we are understanding that this is a sustainable business model for the communities. And the collaborations not only start at the infrastructure level. I already mentioned IDEA from South Africa and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, with whom we partnered in the cloud delivery. We also had partnership with the Open Science Grid from the US, with whom we run a special call for COVID-related applications, and with Red Clara, who I'm very happy to have in the audience, or the representative of them, from South America to explore how a similar federated model could be applied to that region of the world. Tiziana mentioned in the previous session research infrastructures. They are undoubtedly the most important users and partners of the EGI Federation, given their large multinational footprint and the long-term needs for the services we offer. As the result of engagement in this project, we managed to establish partnership with 7, 8 new S3s from the roadmap. Most of them are relying now on EGI services, typically to host some thematic applications, frameworks. For example, the Instructoric is hosting the IRA access management system, which is used by many S3s in the life science domains to manage the access requests coming from their users. And we also partnered with eBrain, So Big Data, and Slices, which are digital infrastructures on the S3 roadmap. With them, we explored common approaches for green computing or lowering environmental impact of computing in Europe. Undoubtedly, another important and timely question today for Europe. As a partnership angle, we established the EGI Digital Innovation Hub that facilitates engagement between academia and industry using different methods, whether they want to test services, whether they want to deliver and benefit from the services that we have. So I'm closing down this presentation, and I'm inviting my colleagues to continue. After me, Giuseppe and Alessandro will talk about the user engagement aspect, the infrastructure evolution aspect, and the service operation aspect of the project. And after the lunch, we will continue with short presentations diving into individual success stories. We have 2 talks from users, 1 user community from the consortium, and 1 community that approached EGI through the open call to show the scientific achievements that were made possible thanks to the EGI's support. 2 deep dives into new services that we advanced or developed. One is a more automated container execution in the Federation. Another is reproducibility environment with the use of notebooks and binder. And we close off the second session with operational success stories or deep dives. One about the trust and identity management. The second is about the integration of HPC systems in the Federation. In the third session today, we will focus on the future. First of all, putting the achievements into the bigger context and showing you what we captured as recommendations from the project for different IOSC and compute stakeholders. We will close up with a panel discussion that will include opportunity to provide feedback as well to everything that we achieved or opportunities that we opened up as a result of EGIS. And tonight we have a very dynamic set of posters and sessions and demos that will start with a pitch presentation. I think there are 9 or so demos coming directly from EGIS tonight. So with that one, I would like to thank you. And I don't know if we should take questions or we are probably already late. So I suggest move ahead, and maybe at the end of the session we have some time to take questions for all the speakers that we have.
Okay, thank you, Gergely, and good morning, everyone. So let's continue this discussion, and basically with this my talk I will update you about the activity and the strategy adopted in the framework of EGIS to engage with the community. So to demonstrate what has been done, so the impact of EGI on EOSC in general. So I would like to start with this slide that was already presented by Gergely, because this is a starting point. So when we start this proposal preparation, we invite different community from different scientific domains. We start to support as much as possible community from different spectrums, so from health, medicine, but also climate research, energy and physical science, environmental science, and also humanities. Some of them were invited to operate and deliver data space for their community, so offer this kind of domain-specific solution to target the needs of the community. Some other were invited as early adopters. So the goal was to test the integration with the solution developed by the project to become potential new data space for EOSC. So we started with these 15 different communities, but this was just the starting point, because the goal of the project was to improve as much as possible this portfolio. So try to increase the user base, and this is what we have done. How we did it? Basically, we worked on 4 different areas. So we opened a dedicated call for selecting additional scientific use case. I will talk this later a bit. This is complemented by the technical support, because when we receive a request for support, of course, we need to provide the support experience in order to facilitate the integration of these thematic services in our infrastructure. Documentation, we produce a lot of material documents on our website for user and also service provider. We also prepared the different handbooks to target the needs of different end user and stakeholders. And of course, the last important pillar is the training. So we organized a sound training program over this year. We started with the webinar programs for the COVID, but recently we start to have a face-to-face training like the ones we have this week. So if I zoom in a bit, so to reach out to additional user, increase our user base, we have these 2 different channels, as was already presented by Gergely. The first one is via the EOSC portal marketplace, where for very basic and simple use case, the community can submit a service order requesting a specific services, which is sometimes is pre-configured with additional some capacity. We have also created this additional setup for helping international communities and also research infrastructure that needs more collaborative support. They need most of the time integrate different services from different provider. And of course, in this case, we need to provide a better support. So this is why in April 2021, we officially launched this open call, which is continually open. So we have a cutoff date every 2 weeks, every 2 months. So which means that every 2 months we do the assessment. We try to understand the technical implementation plans and provide better support. We are going to continue to offer this kind of support after the end of the project. So the plan is to continue to keep this open call open. Last week there was the last cutoff date, and we received the 2 additional use case. So now we are going to analyze the technical requirement and understand how we can provide this support. Okay, to facilitate the integration of this scientific use case, we rely on this scalable and distributed user support network. So for this, we rely on the experience and expertise from our consortium. So we have these two different channels. From this channel, we receive requests for use case integration. We perform the assessment, and if the assessment is successful, we start to allocate the capacity, identify the providers that can contribute to support the integration plans. And if we are successful in the end, we will have a new thematic services that can be onboarded in IOSC. This is exactly the network of user support that we established. The network is coordinated by one technical expert, which is led by Shepard, which is coming from the consortium, which is responsible to liaise with the scientific principal investigator, but also with the provider of the federation. So this is responsible to make sure that the integration plan is progressing, reporting any issue, and success story, lessons learned, and important achievement. So this is the network, the distributed network that has been operated in the EGI-ACE project. We have this competence center with people working together in order to better provide the support for integrating use case. And this was based on the feedback collected recently. This was very well accepted by our use case. For the capacity allocation, EGI is running a matchmaking process. So basically, we start collecting the technical requirements from the community. With this information, EGI basically contacted the different providers of the federation to understand who is suitable to provide the capacity and the solution, the services for supporting this integration. In case the matchmaking process is successful, which means we have expression of interest of a provider interested to support the customer, we agree a service level agreement with the customer. Most of the time, this is not a legal binding contract because in this case, the cost to operate and get access to the capacity are paid by EGI-ACE. But as was mentioned before by Gegli, we have also possibility to have a pay-per-use model. And to make sure that the customer are receiving the proper level of support, we have also established this operation level agreement with the different providers. We monitor the service delivery. So this is also another important activity of EGI. So we generate on a regular basis some service performance report, and at least one time per year we organize an interview with the customer because we want to establish this direct contact with the customer. We want to collect their comment and feedback because in the end what we want to do is offer solutions that are really used by our community. So we want to get this feedback in order to improve the technical evolution of the solution offered by EGI and are published in the service catalog. Documentation, as I mentioned before, we have a lot of material already available in our website, docs.egi.eu, which is already available. A lot of effort has been put in place in order to maintain this documentation up to date. So thanks to all the team involved in this kind of activity. There are two different sections, one to target the user perspective and also the provider perspective. We produced the different handbooks. Now we are submitting an updated version of the EOSC Compute Platform handbooks. This will be submitted this week, probably. And for this, we got inspiration from the AWS research handbooks. We have similar handbooks for thematic service provider and also for HPC provider. All the documentation are available in Zenodo, and you can see here how many of them have been downloaded, how many downloads have been recorded recently. Training programs is another important activities because we want to promote the uptakes of our solution. During the pandemic, we organized a lot of webinars that are available in our YouTube channel, so you can get access to this recording, and all this material is directly accessed through our website. So now, after 30 months of EGI-ACE project, We are supporting 42 different scientific use cases. These are use cases selected using from the open call. And we also supported almost 119 different service orders that has been submitted through the EOSC marketplace. Additional statistic for the webinar, we organized 24 webinars so far. There are additional ones coming. And all of them have been attended by more than 800 participants from 30 different countries. And the community also particularly all the members of the community supported by the project also organized different domain-specific tutorials. So for now, we have 24 different additional events that has been organized to target the need of the different communities. If we look at the statistic, in total, EGIA's order represent that 35% of the total service order submitted through the marketplace in the past 30 months. The project registered or onboarded in EOSC 36 different projects, so this is a good result for EGI. So this is, showcase the impact of EGI on EOSC. And 10 out of these 36 EGIA's services are the most requested according to the statistics. So this means that the solution offered by EGI can really support, are beneficial to support our community. So we should be proud of this. We collected feedback also from the user of this service order. So recently we invited them to provide a comment and suggestion about the solution, the quality of services, the quality of the documentation, and the customer support received. And you see here from the pie chart that the overall feedback collected so far is quite good. So they are quite happy about the quality and the level of support received from the project. When we launched the open call, before to launch the open call, we did some marketing campaign. So we want to reach as much as possible potential new projects and also research infrastructure. And this is reflected in this diagram. So we managed to reach 10 H2020 projects that are now all using the capacity and the solution offered by EGI for hosting or co-design activities. So this is quite good. Some of them are now interested to continue the exploitation of this result because they were very happy about the technical support and the solution offered by EGI. So we are continuing this discussion with some of them. We also managed to reach different business and SME. This was possible thanks to the synergy with the EOSC Future, and of course, a lot of use cases are coming from the long tail of science. If we look about the services from EGIAs that has been requested by this 42 use case, you see here that as expected, the EGI Cloud, online storage, and check-in are the most requested services. This was expected, but there is also a request for additional solution like the notebooks and many, many others. So, as a summary, we started with 15 different thematic services. Additional 36 has been supported thanks to the support offered by EGI. So now we have almost 80,000 of users we are supporting. And thanks to the project, we have enabled different 69 scientific publications. This is not the end of the story because, of course, even if the project is coming to an end, we want to continue the engagement with this community. So what we are doing right now is to contact this community, understand their future plan, and we are discussing one by one what's next. So some of the use case selected already completed their integration, but most of them are interested to continue to work with us. So we are discussing together with the customer and the provider how to renegotiate and extend this collaboration. And this is something that is ongoing at the moment. I think this is my last presentation. Thank you.
continue with the technical part. And Enol will talk about the innovation in the compute and data integration aspect.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm Enol Fernandez, working for EEI Foundation, and I'm Cloud Solutions Manager at EEI, and in EEIs I was mainly the Infrastructure and Federation Services Coordinator. You already saw this one diagram from Gergely. I will focus mostly in the middle part, so all these orange boxes and the blue boxes in the bottom. Basically, when we created and we developed the EIAs, what we wanted to create is a platform that offers computing in kind of all the possible flavors in the most integrated way possible. So you can, as a user, access different kind of platforms or computing abstractions in the simplest as possible way. And that's why we designed this layer architecture where we have the infrastructure at the bottom that is accessed with the same kind of credentials, and on top we have tools to make it easy or as seamless as possible to federate them and use it in a coordinated manner. So I will talk a bit how we created this continuum of all the different computing infrastructures that we consider. The clouds, both research clouds and, let's say, public commercial clouds, the HTC and the HPC, and I will also highlight some of the things that we did in the middle layer of these federated access and platforms. So let's start with the cloud. So with EAAs, we wanted to expand as much as possible our existing cloud federation. We were looking to new providers to become a what we call fully integrated provider of the federation. That means being just one more partner in EGI that can be used for supporting any kind of use cases, being part of this SLA process that Giuseppe was mentioning. And here we managed to get new 7 members, not just from Europe, but also China and South Africa became fully federated members of this Fed Cloud. And we also were looking into how to make it possible to integrate other providers that may not want to become like a fully member of the federation, but still engage with us to support use cases. And we thought, or we designed 3 new kind of enabling points for integration with the EI Cloud. The first one is the AEI, so being able to access with the same account at any provider in any part of the world, and that's enabled by check-in, our AEI system. And then we also thought of, let's enable application sharing across the different providers, and we have AppDB, and the idea here is that from an integrated provider with the application sharing model, you can basically access the same applications that you would be able to access with a fully integrated cloud in EI. And the third one is a data sharing model, where with thanks to the technology driving the data hub, or the One Data, we could share data across different providers very easily. You see here in the map 3 providers were tested already with this AI integration. This is particularly suited for commercial companies that want to open access to scientists. And for example, I have here the Cloudflare login page where you can see now check-in is one of the options where you can log in. So you as a EGI user can make use of Cloudflare Cloud, of course. The agreements to use, that's another story, but the technical integration is there, and you can go with an EGI account there. We also look beyond Europe. As I say, we talk with South Africa and China. They are fully integrated now, and we are also talking with several Eastern countries to make them part of this EGI cloud. So that's one of the parts of the computing continuum. And of course, cloud is not just VMs as we used to have in the EGI cloud. Containers are what most of the people are looking into. And specifically, we are delivering containers via Kubernetes because it's the de facto standard for orchestrating containers. And that's a technology we have adopted. And thanks to this project, we have defined 2 ways of making Kubernetes accessible in the EGI cloud. The first one would be what we call the self-managed containers. So we automate the process of creating Kubernetes cluster in any kind of provider, EGI ones, but also external ones, thanks to the IAM, the infrastructure manager. And we have a completely new thing that we call the fully managed containers. There is a presentation later on about this. And here we have a platform where you just log in and will be able to access Kubernetes without caring about the underlying details. And that's powered by Rancher, which is an open source technology precisely devoted to provide this. And this is also complemented with new tools. We have a container image registry, so you can upload your containers into this registry and make them available for your execution in the EGI cloud or outside of the EGI cloud. We have the dynamic DNS to support creating names, memorable names for your services and VMs. And we also have a secret storage that's coming also to support the management and secrets in the infrastructure, which is it's a common task for every application that you can deploy here. Going beyond the cloud, we are also looking into the high throughput computing. This is our kind of legacy infrastructure, and with EIS we are looking into make it, let's say, more modern and ready to integrate with the new technologies for authentication and authorization. And here what we are doing, still a work in progress, it's moving from the X509 certificates that used to be the way to access the infrastructure to a token-based mechanism. So we are moving from this GSI, which is coming from Globus, technology to a plugin-based architecture that is capable of handling these tokens coming from check-in. And we are supporting different formats because there is still not a single one available from the community. There are different ones, and we are making this as pluggable as possible so sites can support as many communities as they want. And we are doing this at the site level, changing these plugins, but also at the community level, going from from bombs, which is a technology to manage groups in the HTC, to check-in as an attribute authority. So basically we will have a harmonized way of accessing all the kinds of infrastructure that we have in EGI. We started with compute services. We have already pilots in good shape for HTC and DRAC. We are now starting with ArcC, and soon we will start with grid storage service. And once this is complete, basically we will have a way to access all of the infrastructure of EGI with the same kind of credential systems. So it will be seamless to move from one to another. We also look into HPC as a completely new resource type in the Federation. We had a pilot for making this available, focusing on 4 things. The first one would be using check-in to access these kind of providers, making it possible to run containers with uDocker, and also data sharing with Data Hub. So we have pilots that were checking how this is possible from different application use cases. And of course, we also look into the operational side of things, so how we can monitor and account for these resources. We have these pilots working, looking at different approaches. All of them were successful, and we have in this handbook that was mentioned before how you can integrate this kind of infrastructure into EI. And the model is HPC as service, so you would on demand create little HPC environments that could be used by the users. The second one would be trying not to change or to change as little as possible from the provider and just enable OpenID Connect access with check-in to SSH. Then another approach is using the HTC middleware like Arc for accessing the HPC resources. And then the latest one would be accessing via high-level gateways like Jupyter Hub. So as I said, all of this is documented, and we have piloted it with use cases, and it's ready for the next step that would go make it production ready. That was the lower layer of the architecture. We go up in the different layers. And EGIS brought a lot of services in different aspects. I start with the data management. We had services that were already there, the EGI data transfer and the EGI data hub. These were well known, and we basically consolidated the services into the portfolio, but we also brought new things or new ways of managing data in the EGI infrastructure. For example, we have OpenRDM for doing like a comprehensive service for data management with access to notebooks and doing inventory management all within one tool. So very within one tool, you just do everything that you need for data management. We have also Spider from Surf for processing big data, supporting several backends, and we have a Rusio service coming from the WCG community mostly, that it's a policy-driven data management that is capable of moving data around depending on the user preferences. So all these three were coming to EIAs and supported for the communities that needed them. In the computing side, we have also quite extensive set of new services. So from orchestrating services like Indigo Pass or IM that are able to just select automatically their cloud resources for any applications you want to deploy, on-demand data analytics platform from DODAS, automated training of machine learning and artificial intelligence models with Deep. We have automatic elastic clusters on cloud with EC3, and we have Replay as a way to reproduce and share notebooks-based analytics. We also enhanced existing compute services with the EIA. So in the cloud compute, we reinforced the dynamic DNS and AppDB as a way to have friendly host names and a fair software repository. We also improved the support of the workload manager powered by Dirac. We also move notebooks to a more professional setup, I would say. Now it's back up with from SESNet, and we have a provider willing to continue this service in the future. And we also have software distribution, so CVMFS, supported by the UKRI here as part of the portfolio of EIAs. So lots of services, and some of them were already in the portfolio. Some of them are kind of community services, but a few of them also were consolidated into the EGI portfolio. So the EGI portfolio was expanded with these new 3 new services during the EGIAs. So we have software distribution, so CVMFS, Replay, which is our binder in EGI, and Infrastructure Manager. These are now in the EGI catalog and will continue as such because we have agreements with the providers to make it happen. EIAs was not just about service delivery, it was about creating a platform for open science, and here we have different aspects to support that. The first one would be this Replay service. For those that don't know about it, it's basically a binder service. Binder is a framework that allows you to recreate environments where you execute an analytics and share them. And the idea here is that you have a user that creates some research and publish it in a form of a notebook, and then share it with a larger community. And the idea is that you share it with an open repository like Zenodo. You are able to get a DOI so people can discover and cite this notebook, and with that DOI, you can go then to the Replay and recreate everything that was done in the very original publication. So this allows us to support open science in a way of it's reproducible. And of course, we have added here to not just the notebooks and Replays services, we also have Data Hub that allows us to make it possible to access the same data sets at any kind of, or at any moment in time of this data analytics. So we are able to access large data sets, distributed data sets from a single platform like the notebooks and Replay. We also expanded the AppDB, our software catalog, with tools and I didn't find the word. So we make it more fair, the software that you have there available. First of all, we are able to assign a PID for every software that you register in the AppDB, so you can cite this software. And we also added this fair scoring. So for every software, we have this scoring where you can see how much of the FAIR principles are met by any software. And if you are the owner of the software, you can see how to increase this score. So for example, here it says in order to increase the findable, you should add a PID handle for the releases. So you can take actionable steps to make it even more fair and being easier to be discoverable by others and reusable in any kind of open science environment. In AppDB, we also added support for RO-Crate. This is a format that is now very popular in FAIR context, and it's a standard, so anyone can just download this and reuse this software in any other tool that supports RO-Crate. So this makes the AppDB a nice player in the FAIR ecosystem. We also engage with the EOSC data transfer. This is one result of a collaboration with EOSC Future, and basically what we are doing here is applying one of the interoperability guidelines that are coming from the EOSC Future project. The EOSC data transfer is a service that is able to move data from a repository to a computing infrastructure. We are delivering that and making it possible with EGIS being, let's say, a recipient of any kind of data sets available in EOSC. Right now, the implementation is basically using Zenodo as a data source and can use any of the providers, of the cloud providers of EGIS to download the data. So you can see their screenshot. Basically, you have the entry in the EOSC marketplace. If you click on the data transfer, you will have a screenshot like there where you can see what will be transferred and you select where to put it, and it will just happen automatically, and you will have it in your computing resources, so you can do any kind of analytics on top of the data that you move around. Kind of as a summary. Sorry, this is a bit broken, the text. What we try to build at the end is an open platform for research and based in kind of 4 principles. First, a common API, so you can access with the same identity every service that is in the EIS portfolio, and you will have homogeneous authorization. That means if you're a member of a given research community and you have an agreement to access the service, it will happen. Check-in will make sure that it's available everywhere. Second thing is composability. So the idea is that you can pick and choose the services to create something that is useful for your community. We have, as Giuseppe was mentioning, we have several thematic services being created in the GIAs by choosing some underlying services as a basis and then deliver some value to the scientific communities. Also API-driven, that means you can take them and create complex workflows without having a user clicking around everything. So you can really program on top of these services and create any kind of complex workflows to support your research. And of course, we are aiming at being interoperable with EOSC. So all of our services and all the core things that are driving our infrastructure is also aiming to be integrated with EOSC and play nice with the EOSC counterparts. And somehow as a dog fooding exercise, we have the notebooks. Notebooks is a service that is composed of other services in the EIS portfolio. So it's running on top of cloud compute and online storage. It's integrated with Data Hub, so you can access the data there. It's integrated with the Workload Manager, so you can submit jobs to the HTC. It's integrated with the software distribution, so you can access any software that is available in CBMFS. And of course, Check-in is there to enable all of the access to all of these platforms in a seamless way. So notebooks is something that we built using the EGIA's individual components, and we have a new service, and communities can do a similar thing with their own platform and thematic to their research needs. And with this, I end basically, again, sorry for I don't know what happened with the font size, but basically we have lots of demos around all of these little pieces that I have been mentioned. So this evening we have 4 of them, tomorrow we have 3, and on Thursday we have another one. So just go around and check those, because there is a lot of interesting things going on in this technical development in EGIAs. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anno. Perfect example of unfair slides, right? Let's crack on with the last presentation of this session before we take questions about the operational aspects. What does it take to deliver 24/7 services? From Alessandro.
Thanks. What is the button? You can.
Hit the space.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alessandro Paolini. I work for EGI Foundation as a Senior Service Delivery Officer, and I'm also the WP7 leader in the EGIA's project. As mentioned by Gergely, I will try to explain what is inside the mechanism to deliver a service in our infrastructure in a professional way. We will have a look on what is the commitment that is requested by the several actors in this scenario to deliver a service. We will start just having a quick look at the EOS Compute platform and to the service management tools that support it. We will talk about the integration of the EGI services in this landscape, and also we will have a look at the cloud integration program that was set up for the several providers that wanted to join the EGIA's project. We will see how the operational service level agreements support the communities that want to use the resources provided by EGIA's project. And also we will have a quick look at the impact on open science and on skills and expertise. Okay, this slide has been shown also in the other presentations. Here, we have seen in previous presentations this layer about federated resources with HTC, storage, cloud, and also HPC. We had also a look about the platform layer and also to the thematic services. But all these layers couldn't work as a federation without the service management tools. That are the services that support that enable all the federation to work as a whole system, and also they enhance some other functionalities. Let's have a look in details to these services. Let's start to talk about the configuration database. This is the source of topology of our infrastructure. It is the place where we store information about the sites and the services that they provide. This information is accessed by a lot of our other services in the infrastructure to properly perform their daily operation. Anyway, we couldn't access to this information without an authentication and authorization framework, which enable the federated access in our infrastructure. So with our own credential, we can log in to these services and to the others without the need to use multiple accounts, or just it is needed one account to access everything. Once the sites, the resources are registered in the configuration database, they can start to collect accounting records and to publish them first to a central repository which collects all of the accounting records, and then these records can be displayed in a portal so they can access to all the participants of the infrastructure. But how these accounting records are sent to the several entities? They use a real-time messaging service that was set up just for this purpose, to exchange information between the services of the infrastructure. Another user, let's say, of this messaging infrastructure is the monitoring service. just for publishing the results of the several tests that check the status of the services in the infrastructure. There are specific probes for the several services that simulate, let's say in this way, they simulate what the normal users can do with the services in our infrastructure, the normal operations like sending a job, writing data on a storage element, retrieving data, creating virtual machine, and so on. The operations portal is a collection of tools that support the operations coordination in our infrastructure and also security activities. For example, there is a tool that allows us to create a performance report based specific on some SLAs that have been created for a specific community. There is also a security dashboard that allows us to monitor the security aspects of the several services in our infrastructure. With the help desk system, we can provide the support either to the users but also to the providers of our infrastructure. It's the point of contact where users can register incidents or service requests to specific support units. The software provisioning infrastructure is the service that has multiple functions. They first perform a quality assurance of the middleware that is going to be installed by the several resource centers in our infrastructure. And they also take care of distributing this middleware by making it available on a specific repository for all of the providers. All the services that I've just talked about are technical services, but we have also a number of human services, let's say in this way. For example, we have the help desk human support, which provide first and second level support. This is important for making a first analysis of the incoming tickets, either incidents or service requests. And also they perform a more deeper analysis just to understand if an incident is due to a bug in the software or if there is a configuration issue. So the tickets then can be redirected to a specific group that can work and to fix the issue. Another important service is the operation coordination, which guarantee a seamless federated infrastructure, and they also provide, implement the service management system, which is used to deliver our services in the infrastructure. The security oversight take care about the security aspects in our infrastructure. They work on security policies. They ensure that they are enforced. They perform security monitoring on the services of our infrastructure, and they also assess the several vulnerabilities that can be notified for the several software components that we have in infrastructure, and they also take care of security incidents when they occur. Last but not least, this was the last addition in our portfolio, is the green computing aspect. During the AGIS project, it was created a task force to set up, to work on best practices for the several providers in order to improve the energy efficiency of the resource centers and also to reduce the pollution in the environment. Yeah, I talked before about the integration of AGI services. If we look at the whole AGIS services, they come from two sources, essentially, from AGI Foundation and from the AGI community. If we look at this schema of the EOSC Compute Platform, these service management tools, they all come from AGI Foundation, in addition to other services in these layers like the HTC, the cloud providers, software distribution, and some other of these services. All these services are delivered following the standard IT 20K and FIT-SM. It's it's a service management system composed by, organized with the processes and procedures that fulfill the requirements of the mentioned standards. So at the beginning of the EGIS project, we asked ourselves, how do we deal with the services coming from the community that are not following the standards? So we created these two main objectives. First, to bring all the EGI service under the same umbrella. So all the services should follow should follow the requirements of the standards, IT standards. And also we created the target to raise the maturity of the service providers in delivering the services. Anyway, at the beginning of the project, we appreciated that not all of the providers would have been interested in being included in the EGI Foundation portfolio. So that we adopted a lightweight approach where we focused on some operational aspects that the several providers should fulfill in order to be included in the EGIS portfolio. For example, first step is the one of creating operational level agreements. It is a document where it is defined the terms and conditions to operate the services. So we can find a description of the service, definition of the service level targets that should be achieved on a monthly basis to ensure a certain quality of the service delivery. There is a description on how the user support is provided, and so on. Maybe the ones of you that just did the FITSM Foundation training have clear in mind what are these documents. Another step is the registration in the configuration database. As we told before, this is the source of information of our infrastructure, and the information is consumed by other services to perform their daily operations. Another things that was new for the EGI community services is the creation of capacity plans, thanks to which we can assess and monitor the consumption of the resources over the time, and here we mean technical, human and financial resources, and to ensure that the future demand of the services is well supported by the capacity provided by the given service. And at the same time, it is also required a creation of an availability and continuity plan, thanks to which we can assess a number of continuity and availability risks. We can rate this risk based on their likelihood and the impact, and we can work with the providers to reduce either the likelihood or the impact, thanks to the implementation of a number of countermeasures. And then the providers should be integrated with the EGI help desk in order to provide the support and to allow users to address incidents on service requests to a given service. Then we register the suppliers in the suppliers database. And also another important aspect is to enable the monitoring so that we can create performance reports to verify that the services fulfill the service level targets on a monthly basis as defined in the operational level agreements. And here just put in a table the status of the several community services that have been integrated over the EGIS project. With some of them, since there were no interest in being included after the EGIS project in the EGIS portfolio, we didn't move on with some of the steps, but as you can see, most of them completed all the integration steps. We talked about the integration of the EGI community services, but also as mentioned by Enol before, we launched also an integration program for the cloud providers, which had a multiple target. First, to lower the barrier for new providers that wanted to join our infrastructure. Secondly, we also wanted to expand the offer to increase the number of providers, also to support more users. And as you can see, there are this program is composed by 3 levels. So there is the first level, which requires only the joining the AAI Federation, which provides a single sign-on access point, so that users can access users from EGIAs can access these providers. And also the providers are integrated with our EGIAs, at least for the login part. And this level of integration was reached by the commercial providers, Cloudflare and T-System. Then we have the medium level. Besides the integration with the AAI Federation, there is the integration with the Application Federation through AppDB and with the Data Federation through Data Hub. So this enables the providers to exchange applications and scientific data sets between the EOSC actors and the national clouds. This integration level was reached by cloud providers coming from Moldova, Latvia, Armenia, and Georgia. And then the third level is the full integration, where the providers fully integrate with all the services in our infrastructure, and they also have access to a resource allocation program by the definition of specific service level agreements. And this full integration level was reached by OpenStack providers coming from Greece, Italy, Germany, Hungary, Ireland, China, and South Africa. And just to give you an example, we can look at this cloud provider from Hungary, ELKH. This is a provider that set up their infrastructure in 2015, and they became operational since 2021. They are currently supporting a community from EGIAs, Open Biomaps, and they are also participating to a project, AI for Public Policy. So the first step was the integration with check-in. As you can see in the picture, this integration enables all the EGI users to access these particular resources. The access is done via a dashboard and API or command line interface. And the users are then mapped locally on this OpenStack installation based on the VO membership. There is then the integration with the AppDB, thanks to which the users can create the flavor of the virtual machines through the AppDB. These flavors are uploaded on the cloud infrastructure, on the cloud provider, and they then can be instantiated on that cloud resources. The registration on GoKDB allows the site to publish the accounting, to enable the monitoring and the discoverability of the dashboard. And you can see here for the monitoring, we have 4 main checks in case of cloud providers. First, there is a check that verifies if the service is reachable. Then there is a check, a metric that performs what a user can do, creation of a virtual machine and deletion. There is a metric that verifies if the accounting records are published in a regular way. And also they verify if the synchronization with the AppDB is working properly. Okay, just in this slide we are out of time. Just to say that over the time we increased the number of providers from 23 to 29. And as you can see in the usage of the resources, most of the users comes from EGIA's project. Just quickly to say that when a resource center is in production status in our infrastructure, they have to accept the default resource level, operational level agreement, which which define the minimum set of operational services that should be provided to the infrastructure, and also they should fulfill monthly availability and reliability targets, 80%, 85%. They should ensure a precise ticket response time, depending on the priority of the tickets that they receive. And they also have to accept and enforce a number of security policies for delivering the services in our infrastructure. Once the resource centers are operational, we create, as also told by Giuseppe, a matching between the need of the communities that wants to use the resources and the capability that are provided by the resource providers, so that we can select the best providers that fit the requirements created by the communities. And then, we can set up service level agreements with the communities and operational level agreements with the resource centers, so that we can monitor over time the performance, and we can produce these reports for the communities. And also, if there are violations to the targets, the communities can decide to stop the collaboration with the provider and to select another one. Okay, I have just a few words on this slide. I'm out of time. So a way to improve the service maturity of the providers was the fact that they become familiar with our procedures, processes, and operational activities. The other way was to provide training to the users and to the providers, in particular FitSM training on this standard. And since January 2021, the project has delivered 18 FitSM training sessions, 13 foundation levels, 5 advanced levels. And there were courses held in-house, but also courses dedicated to open to any attendees. And you can see here the number of participants and how many certificates have been released so far. Maybe these numbers don't include yet the certificates released today or in the next days for other trainings. And okay, I can stop now since we are out of time.
Thank you very much. So I know we are dead on time, but I don't want to miss the opportunity for questions. So if any of you have questions for any of the speakers, then here is the time. Yes, Ignacio? Yeah, just shout, I guess. Mm-hmm. Can you come up? Come up. No, can you come up so you can at least answer here? Alessandro, also you, in case there is a question for you.
So the provider is GRNet, and I don't know about the software doing that. I will need to check with the FTP provider.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, the question was who is the provider for the PID for the software, and what's the software for doing the fair evaluation? So PID provider is GRNet. Software I need to check. So, sorry.
Hi. Now, first of all, congratulations on this major, I would say, federation and integration, because it's and there's something, of course, that we want to continue. And that's why my question was mentioned a couple of times, that you want to sustain this this great infrastructure and also, let's say, the applications. But what's the mechanism? How are you going to achieve that? I think there are many alternatives, of course, but can you say already something about this?
There is a mix of funding coming in from different sources to different providers. I think the main thing that we do is kind of have that dialogue with the providers and with the users, almost like specifically, are you still interested in using the services as a user? And the last pie chart that Giuseppe showed that some of them said, no, I concluded the research I wanted, so we can close down that allocation. So that frees up resources. And we have that dialogue with each of the providers that, hey, there are still these use cases using you. What can we do about it? Are you able to support X, Y, and Z with the planned capacity which we get from the user interviews? And most of them fortunately said yes, because we set up this allocation considering what I said earlier, that we try to bring users home to their national or thematic providers. And I think that's the key also for EOSC, irrespective of computing, but for EOSC. The closer you bring the user to their already paid national allocation or thematic allocation, the more likely that the allocation remains after the end of a project grant. But there are still cases where the provider said, yeah, sorry, we cannot. So now, one of the big tasks for Giuseppe is having those conversations for these use cases that have to be reallocated to find alternative providers. If that's successful, migrate the setup, which is thankfully less painful because of the coherence of interfaces. But still, some cases, we cannot find provider, and then we have to apply for a grant, go for pay-for-use agreement, or choose other income sources. So it's a diversity, but it's almost like, as I said, one-to-one discussion on each use case with each community and each provider. Unfortunately, there is no golden bullet. Tiziana wants to add something on this, I guess. Or you can, I don't know if you want to come up, Tiziana. Do we have a second mic?
So the sustainability is in the national funding, and this is where the bulk of the capacity has to be provided, but EGIAS was unique in supporting cross-border access, and this is where European Commission funding was quite instrumental, and where we look for new forms of sustainability, especially the more scientific communities bring data as a service into the infrastructure, the computing has to go where the data is. Then there is no option about moving data and shuffling it around, and the cross-border access would be necessary in the general open science movement if we want to really exploit the potential of data. And I think this is still to be addressed in general in EOSC and European infrastructures.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting, and it's very nice to see this platform become a reality. And I have two questions specific about the computing and data platforms. And the first one is, I see there are unit support for the users regarding each different services, but is there a united contact point of support for users to choose and to combine the services together to fit their research needs? And the second question is about, I see that you use container for the application part, and what do you think of non-containerized services, and also for the EGIAS project? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I can comment for the first part of your question. Of course, yes, we have this engaging activity with the community. So we have this one-to-one meeting where we try to clarify exactly what's your need, and we try to map out this kind of request into provider, resources, capacity. This is what we are doing since the beginning, and this is what we are continuing to do in order to meet your request and try to satisfy as possible. And as I said before, this is something that is not connected to the project, because even if the project is closing, we will continue this kind of technical support. We have an example of a community requesting a different solution. So sometimes we try to broaden this kind of collaboration, inviting different service provider. So, for example, EOSC Future has a similar call, open call, especially for the scientific collaboration, requesting different solutions, different services developed by different service providers. So sometimes we try to invite the the customer, let's say, to get in contact with the additional provider from external to EGI, let's say.
I don't know if, yeah, that works. So we have containers, and because mainly people are asking for that, so we clearly support containers, but our EGI cloud supports virtual machine images, where you can basically, in the AppDB, you can upload your image, and we have mechanisms to make it distributed across the different providers. So that's one way of distributing software. We also have the software distribution that is based on CVMFS, and there you can basically put any binary that you want, and it will be available in any provider that it's hooked into the system. And the AppDB also has a generic software catalog where you can put Debian or Red Hat packages or even Target kind of packages. So we try to support as much as possible ways of distributing software. I would say the main ones are the VM images and the containers right now, because that's where most of our users are.
Okay, well, let's take one more. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a few things. First of all, I'm going to comment on what Tiziana said, and I think she's absolutely right. That is one of the big successes of the EGI project, getting this cross-border infrastructure working in a very heterogeneous way so that the users aren't aware. And it was a major thing, and I'd like to thank everybody on the project for that. It was absolutely astounding what you did. Number two, going back to the software comment, there's still a lot of discussions about what it means for software to be fair. Do you not think you've jumped the gun and just applied the data fair metrics to software? And third, I'm going to give a shameless plug for Work Package 7, part of which was environmental sustainability, going back to what Dirk said. And there's a Green IT session tomorrow that I'm presenting at. But if you want to comment on two, feel free.
You can use this. I will go here. Yeah, we apply the FAIR principles to software. That's what we did, and kind of as generic as possible way. That I know it has some risk, but we are also looking at the there are. Right now, I don't recall the name, but there is an RDA group devoted to fairness in software, and we are looking specifically in how that FAIR principles are applied to software, and that's what we took for this fairness score, basically. So yeah, we are trying to be at least aligned with the existing initiatives, and of course we may need to improve, because this is always like that. But yeah, we're aware of this.
Thank you very much, and thank you for you listening. You can still ask questions through this Vuva platform, specifically directly into this session. So I encourage you to do so, and let you enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
that. How am I going to do it? Sorry? Okay. Do I let my laptop fall down or should I fall down? Which would be more entertaining at this point? I do not think I want to sing a song. I think I would like people to stay for the 90 minutes and not leave within the first 90 seconds. By the way, I am Smitesh. I'll introduce myself a bit later, but are we there yet? Apparently not, so I am supposed to keep entertaining you. This is really off script now, so I have... Oh wow, we done, we ready, yes! Okay, well, I have to remember to be here so that you can hear me at the back. So I am Smitesh, if you haven't seen me or heard about me yet. I am the Senior Innovation Management Specialist at EGI Foundation. I'm also the EGIA's Innovation Manager. And for this session, we did it, the Innovation Impact of EGIAs. I welcome you all in this room just after a nice lunch. So I'm sure half of you are asleep right now. But we have a good set of speakers who will join me. So you don't have to keep hearing from me the whole time and get bored. So we have 6 good speakers joining us with interesting stories to tell. I'm not going to talk too much and show you things. I just have a nice little video which summarizes the whole impact of EGIAs in about 2 minutes. We tried to keep it short. And let's hope that it works. I'm going to try to set the quality, and we have lost the sound. Yeah, technology, if only we were a technological company. Yeah, I have been given. Now. Okay, before it starts showing my YouTube history to you, I'll move to the next slide. I really do not want you to look at what I watch in my free time. So that was a nice summary video, but if you want to deep dive into more details about the impact, we have a nice impact brochure which we just released a couple of weeks ago. You can find it on the link here. If you are into physical copies, we have them at the EGIA's booth outside in the coffee area, which you can definitely check out during the coffee break after the session. With this, I would like to invite our first speaker who's joining us online. So I'm sure it will go perfectly fine. Technology has been very supportive of us today. So let's hope it goes well. Bear with us while we get her onboarded again. Yeah. So, I really don't know what to speak right now to keep you guys entertained. YouTube history. Yeah, a lot of computing videos, storage videos, I don't know. A lot of EC webinars as well there. It's the official account, so I don't watch anything random on that one. Maybe we do go with the second speaker then. Can I invite Sebastian on stage with here? So he's going to talk about Web ODV. So maybe we start with him. Here you go, Sebastian. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Sebastian from the Alfred Wegener Institute in Bremerhaven, Germany, and this is a collaboration with Rainer Schlitzer, Marika Antonacci, Dick Sharp, Peter Theise, and Andrea Manzi. And I would like to talk now about scalable online analysis and visualization of environmental data with Web ODV in the cloud. And this is about a service which is onboarded in the EGI ACE infrastructure. And this is one of these services which goes really deep into the science and into the data. So we will really put our hands now into the mud, or let's say better, the ocean data. And okay, let's start. Yeah, what is Web ODV? It's a tool which is based on a software called Ocean Data View. And this is an interactive data analysis and visualization software for Windows, Mac, and Linux. And it has a really long history. It has been developed now since more than 3 decades by Rainer Schlitzer. So he started probably around, I don't know, 1988, and that was a time you can imagine that there were not so many tools out for data visualization, and so he needed his own tool, and he started the development, which means from the beginning it's user driven, and this is still today the case, and this is very important, and already we discussed in the morning about it, and we have a very large user community, more than 100,000 users since the 90s. And we have 25 new users per day and 250 visitors per day on our homepage, which includes also a forum with a lively discussion about all the topics that we have. And yeah, ODV graphics are published in Nature, Science, and so on. So it's really used worldwide. And I would guess that there's no ocean institute in the world where you cannot find ODV. So I cannot prove it, but probably it's true. Also, the ODV data collection format has been adopted by several infrastructures, CDataNet, EMODNet, USCCube. And we have continuous funding since 1995. And Rainer Schlitzer, who's the developer of ODV, he has received the AGU Ocean Science Section Award in 2010, which was a great honor, of course. Yeah, okay, so this is the ODV user interface, how it looks like if you install it on your laptop, on a Windows, Mac, or Linux system, and it's an interactive software, which means it's really visual, which means you have to operate it via the mouse and keyboard. You can click on every sample. You can do visualizations. You have all the information on the data and metadata, and you can dive deep into the data. And for example, one application is the quality control of data, which means you really look deep into the data and identify bad data, and then you can flag it, and you can filter and do a lot of analysis with it. So there's no programming involved. It's a real visual tool. Yeah, and that's ODV. And then there was the idea of Web ODV, going online with ODV. And I think it was around 2016 when the idea came up in the C Data Cloud project. And Dick Sharp was mentioning it in the morning. And before this project started, I came to the Alfred Wegener Institute, into Rainer's group, and we were sitting together with Roland Koppe. You can see him in the middle here. So here on the right, this is Rainer. In the middle is Roland Koppe from our computing center. And we were sitting together and doing brainstorming and thinking about how to get ODV online. And then Roland came up with the idea of WebSockets. And his idea was, okay, let's deploy the original ODV software on the server, develop a lightweight browser interface, connect the two systems with WebSockets, and simply send messages and images and data between them. So we tested it, it was successful, and this is still the concept of today. And then in the C-Data Cloud project, we developed everything around it. We put a Laravel PHP backend into it, developed the front end with a lot of JavaScript. Then we Dockerized everything to deploy it in the cloud. So finally, we have it now really cloud ready. And then after C-Data Cloud, EGI ACE came for a new opportunity for us to deploy this tool in the cloud and provide it to the global community. And we connected it to the EGI check-in, and we got a really great support by the INFN at Bari, the computing center, and deployed everything in the Indigo cloud. Yeah, that's it. And technology is nothing without data, and also data without technology is nothing. So we need good data, and we have. So we have the CDataNet data collections in our web ODV, which are ocean measurements, mainly salinity and temperature measurements from ships and other instruments. And then we have the Argo data, which is data from autonomous buoys, which are drifting through the oceans, and you can see the distribution. They are covering the whole oceans, and these autonomous buoys, and they can really dive by themselves. They have a battery, they dive, they do a lot of measurements, and send the data to a satellite, and then everything is processed and provided. So it's a fantastic data set. And yeah, this is how it looks like. So we have a web ODV running here under webodv-ace.cloud.ba.infn.it. This is how it looks like if you are logged in. So first of all, you have to log in via the EGI check-in, and then you are redirected back. And here you can access the data. Okay, yeah, what can we do with the data here? This is the web ODV interface, and we can create, for example, these scatter plots. Here, this is a CDataNet Mediterranean dataset, and all the measurements are here shown in the scatter plot. And on the y-axis, we have the depth, on the x-axis, the temperature, and on the z-axis, color-coded, we have also the salinity. So this is one kind of plot, a scatter plot, which can also be used to visualize correlation between different parameters and so on. Yeah, we can also create time series, and a really strength of ODV is that we can filter and select data very deeply. So here I have selected a small region in the northern Mediterranean, and I have also selected a depth of 50 to 200 meters, and then I can plot here all the data, and I can even draw a trend line. So I said there's no programming involved. There are some very small statistics possible. So we can dive even deeper into real science. So this is one special functionality of ODV, that we can do these so-called section plots. And this is a plot you can see at the bottom. There's a ship track where they did measurements, and every blue point is a measurement where they have taken a profile from the surface to the ground of the water, and they measured salinity, temperature, and so on. And we can visualize that as a section plot in the top window, and you can see on the y-axis the depths, on the x-axis we have the longitude, and color-coded along this track we see the distribution of salinity, and it's interpolated, which means ODV can also interpolate the data. And what we see here are high salinity concentration at a depth of 500 meters here between the islands of Sicily and Sardinia in the Mediterranean. And this is called the Levantine intermediate waters, and this is now real science. This is a phenomenon which is connected to the circulation in the Mediterranean, and it's quite interesting to observe that. So another plot here, for example, the Argo data in the Antarctic region, which shows the nitrate distribution. So there are strong upwelling systems at the South Pole, and we see the distribution of the nutrients here, for example. Another interesting plot is here where we look into the deep sea in the Atlantic region. So this is at 1,200 meters depth, so really the deep sea. And what we see is the outflow from the Mediterranean, the water outflow. And this is salty water, so from the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is more salty than the Atlantic, right? And there's a circulation, and the water is coming out of the Mediterranean in the deep sea. And we see this salty plume going into the Atlantic Ocean. So, and we can dive in very deep here. And that's the point of ODV, really looking deep into the data, doing visual analysis, and this is how the scientists work with the data. Yeah, we also have a lot of documentation. So on our ODV homepage, we have a lot of documentation, the ODV user guide, because you know ODV has a long history, we have that. And we produced also some video tutorials, which are really step-by-step tutorials, and you can you can directly see what to do, where to click, and so on. Yeah, we also have some user statistics. So the web ODV is now operational in EGIAs since September last year. So it's new, and the challenge is now really to bring it to the users and to advertise it. And EGI is also helping here with providing the opportunities for making webinars, and we did it. So we had a webinar with more than 160 attendees from all over the world. Up to now we have more than 720 logins from users, and so I mean, although it's new, it's already the word is spread, and hopefully it's getting more insight into the communities. Okay, coming to the end, EGI provides a powerful platform to deploy web ODV and to support a large global ocean science community. And the current instance is sustained, and we will continue deploying it in the Blue Cloud 2026 project. And in parallel, we are also developing a new version in the Blue Cloud 2026 project with more functionalities, which is very dedicated to quality assurance, quality control, and working in, let's say, read-write mode. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian. We'll do questions at the end. I've been told that we have managed to get Clara on board for our session, so let's hope. Third time's the charm, maybe.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Would you mind to share my screen, please? The presentation.
Okay, we're still trying to figure out how things work. Yay! give it for Clara and our technical staff.
My name is Tina Odaka. Well, it's strange hearing my echo from the screen, but so my name is Tina, and I'm from Ifremer. So I'm also from Oceanography Presentation Institute, and so I would like to thank you very much for inviting me for the talk today. And I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there. And today, so I will talk about our work on EGI, a European Big Data Analytics Platform in Geoscience with Pangeo. So I will first talk about what is Pangeo and our challenge and our solution and the service from the EGI we got and the impact what we could make together with EGI and some highlights and some lesson learned and next steps that I would really like to discuss as a panelist afterwards. So next slide, please. So Pangeo is a culture of collaboration. So Pangeo is a community that promotes open and reproducible and scalable science. The community is very diverse. There are members from traditional HPC as well as cloud computing backgrounds, scientists and technologists, and involving both industry and academic. It is open and collaborative approach, hoping that it will be more effective than each small group developing their own solutions. And Pangeo is about integration. No? Pangeo is a platform that is deployable on HPC or on cloud, and it consists of scalable compute, resource management, scalable storage system, and scalable data models, and accessible user interface with community-driven de facto standards. So, sorry, I'm still in the last slide. the Pangeo platform consists of 5 components. So, a resource manager system, so like Slurm or PBS, like to do the Dask job queue and Dask Kubernetes. And a scalable storage system, such as like on the HPC, it is like Lustre. And on using cloud, we use S3. And we have the scalable computing system using Dask under the resource management. We can also use Spark. And then a thin user interface, such as Jupyter Lab, which also have a connection with Dask, for example, Dask Lab extension. And then a data model, such as Xarray, Iris, GCM, and Intake, or Zor, or Kerchunk. Next slide, please. So Pangeo European community, as a European community, we had the challenge. So on Pangeo, its first was really the international community, but our first cloud infrastructure were made in the US based on Amazon or Microsoft or Google Cloud, which is, we call it as commercial cloud. And in the Pangeo European community, we are hoping that can't we have a European deployment? Next slide, please. And then, yes, we can. And thank you to European collaboration, especially with EOSC and EGI ACE. Next slide, please. So our Pangeo EOSC solution, it's based on custom environments, with an environment for Binder, Docker, Conda, and then online content, for example, LoHab that I will explain later. And then we run it on EOS Community Hub using a Jupyter Hub. Behind we have NumPy or Panda or Xarray. And then we have that Jupyter and Julia and data science interface. And the user use EOS authentication thanks to the EGI connection using, for example, ORCID IDs. So anyone who have ORCID ID can profit this cluster. Thanks to the C-Scale and the EGI ACE, we could access and could build together with EGI members that on the testnet or Claudius, we could create this Panzer EOS cluster. Next slide, please. For example, so the achievement that we could make was Panzer Reliance, like Arctic rowing and lander husbandry in a changing climate. Or we could also make a Panzer Jurier example, recurrence or quantification analysis for forest change detection. Or we made number of Panzer training infrastructure, Panzer training using Panzer training infrastructure as a service. We call it PTI as S. Next slide, please. So Panzer Reliance, with the Panzer Reliance project, we did a use case with data analytics capability using Panzer EOS Cloud. And we have used a low hub functionality for use the pre-processing and trained neural network that do not require too much resource. Next slide, please. For the Panzer Jurier, so the Panzer is not only limited for the Python, because we have we use a Jupyter Hub, so we can have also Jurier as kernel. So using the recurrence quantification analysis for forest change detection, we have used the Sentinel-1 data, and then we could scale this analysis to larger area thanks to this Panzer EOS Cloud. Next slide, please. So about this Panzer EOS for trainings, so we have one framework for Panzer EOS, which is fully reproducible and easy to maintain. And we also have on-demand deployment for teaching and research purposes. For the compute and storage resource is customized depending on the needs. For example, we made a workshop in August 22 for FOSS4G conference, teaching how to use a Panzer on cloud, the Panzer EOS cloud, and how to scale the application using Dask. We have also made a clever CMIPSIS bootcamp for young researchers, postdoc, and PhD students from October 2022. This one was really a great example of using this Panzer EOS cloud because all these students were coming from all over the world. So we really had to make an infrastructure that everybody could connect and work together on the same project. And that was perfect for you. This EOS cluster was a perfect place to do that. Also, we made an e-science course for master and PhD student in November 2022. And also we have made a worldwide climate informatics reproducible challenge this May. And there's more to come. We have already submitted 2 tutorials about the Panzer Python tutorial, which is based on pure Panzer basics and Panzer and OpenEO correlations. Also Panzer Juria tutorials. Next slide, please. So, Panzer, where can I find information? So don't miss tomorrow's presentation by John about open big data geoscience with Panzer at 12:40. Otherwise, these are the links that you can try to go and learn more about Panzer. And really thanks to this collaboration with EGI, we are really happy that we could make it happen, that we have now the Panzer cluster in the European Open Science Cloud. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina, and sorry for misnaming you earlier. I apologize for that. If we can move back to my slides, I want to show how I feel right now. Here. That's me. Everything is fine. Everything is going well right now. So we have now properly Clara, who is going to come and talk about container execution and management on a European scale. So, here you go.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. I'm Klara Moravceva and I work as a cloud engineer at CESNET, and today I would like to introduce you to our new platform for container execution and managing. In our cloud team, we always want to bring the latest cloud technologies to our researchers. We have among the partners, we have several partners among the research groups, and mostly in Czech Republic. But thanks to EGI, we have also we could also support several projects from abroad. In cloud computing, containers are a really popular way how to develop, deploy, and manage application. Containers are small units which contains application code and all dependencies for the application, such as libraries and files. Containers doesn't need on its operating system. Actually, you can run several containers on operating system without affecting each other. So for developers, it's easy to develop such an application because you can wrap your application with the other dependencies to one unit. And for example, you can push it to the repository. And for users, users doesn't have to install or compile your application. They just can to run the application or run the container. So all you need to do is install some container runtime, for example, Docker on your operating system, and you don't have to install the application. You just can run the container. So containers has many benefits, but you have to decide where you want to run these containers. You can run containers on your personal computer, or you can run it on servers. But if you have some large deployments or you want to run it on production, there is a better solution, and it's Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a distributed system, which basically means that runs on multiple machines. And you can access the cluster via API. So also Kubernetes is container orchestration platform. But what does it mean actually? I will give you some simple example. You can configure deployment for Kubernetes via configuration files. So you can say, hey Kubernetes, I want some deployment. The deployments should have name like my awesome application. And there is a container in some Docker repository or somewhere else. And hey, you can maybe, for example, expose the application or on port 80, or mount the volume, or use the GPU. So, and then you just pass the file to the Kubernetes. And Kubernetes automatically deploy the application. So he look for available node with enough free resources. Or if you want a GPU, he looking for a node with GPU, and run the application there, the containers. He download the containers and run it on the node. And if you want to make your application high available, he can run the application in multiple nodes at the same time. If container suddenly goes down or node goes down, Kubernetes can switch, Kubernetes can kill the container and run somewhere else. So Kubernetes is a really great tool. It's a really great platform, but it's very complex. So it's not easy to install Kubernetes from the scratch. So we came up with a service with Kubernetes. We call it Managed Kubernetes, and it's called Rancher. Basically, Rancher is Kubernetes distribution, and we offer is like shared cluster, which is fully managed by our team. So if you want to use our cluster, you just will get the project with some quotas, and you can run there your application. It's a bare metal deployment with the GPU. It's very good for HPC. And one of the favorite tool is Nextflow. We also have some integrated services. For example, you can issue automatically Let's Encrypt certifications, dynamic DNS, storage, and of course, you can push your containers to container registry. It also has this nice web UI, and you can log in to the Rancher via EGI check-in. And you don't always have just your application. You can use some other application from our catalog. For example, for researchers, MATLAB, RStudio, ANSYS, and so. Also, of course, the platform is monitored, and actually, user doesn't have to know much about the infrastructure because it's managed by us. Also, we don't have just one instance of Rancher. We also have a separate isolated instance for sensitive data. But we also realized that some people, some users, need some maybe like dedicated cluster, or they just want to have admin rights. So we also have a service called Unmanaged Kubernetes, and it's basically automated deployment in OpenStack project. So you can have OpenStack projects and automatically deploy Kubernetes there. It's also connected to OpenStack API, so you can use dynamically storage, or you can use load balancers. So we supported several projects. One of them is Pangea, and if you want to something about how they used our platform, you can ask my colleague Adrian and Sebastian from EGI, because they have a poster tonight. And also, if you want to have some hands-on experience with Kubernetes and learn a little bit more about Kubernetes, we will have training on Friday. And if you are interested in our other cloud services based on Kubernetes, we recently came up with a new architecture, OpenStack architecture, which is also based on Kubernetes. So I have a poster tonight, and Adrian will have a talk tomorrow about the Kubernetes. And of course, don't hesitate to reach us in our emails. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Clara. Coming up, we have Raul, who's going to share the story about reproducible open science with EGI, ACE, notebooks, and Binder. Raul?
So hello everyone, my name is Raul Palma. I am from Poznan Supercomputing and Networking Center, so the host here at EGI. So I am actually coordinator of the Reliance project, and I will just give you a bit of our story regarding the how do we support reproducible open science, in particular earth science community, based on EGI and Reliance services. So to start with that, I would like to give you like an overview how earth science usually works. So basically, normally when as a scientist, they have to work especially with some kind of input data, normally coming from remote sensing data or in situ data from different local networks. They have, on the other hand, the methods, the software that they use for the processing of the data, for the modeling of the data, post-processing, and so on. They need, of course, some kind of computing facilities to carry out all of these calculations. They do, of course, generate some results. That means data, but also papers, presentations, and some other information that is generated during the research life cycle. And of course, during this whole process, there has to be some kind of collaboration, right? So there is something like people between different, in the same team or even in different teams, they need to collaborate and share things. So based on that, of course, there is a motivation for having or moving into what is called the fair and open science approach. So basically, there are like three main areas here that are giving this kind of motivation. On the first hand, we have like the search, find, and access to all the different research artifacts, research outcomes that are necessary to do my own research. So that's very important for a new researcher or even like research groups to being able to really start building on existing work, of course. So you don't have to start from scratch. So you need to find and have the possibility to find all of this existing work. Then, of course, it's the part of reproducibility and reuse. Once you are able to find whatever is available, you should be able as well to reuse it and reproduce it. And one of the key issues currently in science in general is reproducibility, because as you probably heard, like this kind of reproducibility crisis term, that in many cases the results are not reproducible. So this is a very important aspect in order for us to reach open science. And of course, after that, once the research has been done, researchers need to publish and they need to be credited. So there should be a possibility to make sure that whatever they are producing will be cited. So these are like the key motivations. These are coming from actual researchers, in fact. So basically, just to put it into the context here, the adoption of open science relies on having in place all of these mechanisms for fair sharing and reusing data and other research results, that mean also methods and code, to reproduce the research and build upon it. So as I said, this includes access not only to the data, but also to the methods, documentation, explanations, papers, and all of these kind of artifacts that are generated during the research process. On top of that, researchers also need to have a way to reproduce in an easy way the computing environment where all of these methods were carried out. So, the execution of these kind of methods normally depends on hundreds of different software packages, and each of these can have a different version. So the reproducibility of results depends on having the correct version of all of these packages. So this is exactly, all of these kind of issues that we are trying to address via the combination of Reliance and EGIA's services. So as a starting point for this solution, there is the concept of research objects. So the goal of a research object here is basically to account, describe, and share everything about a particular research, including how things are connected. So think of it as a logical box container, as you can see in this picture here, where you put everything together that is related to your research. It doesn't mean that you have to put physically the elements inside, because the research object can just be like a reference to all of these elements that are being spread. In fact, if you see the current situation now, all of these research outcome and related resources are typically stored in many different locations right now. So you have, for example, workflows in platforms like Workflow Hub, you have software in repositories like GitHub, you have like presentations in SlideShare, articles, etc. So there are many different repositories, many different platforms out there where you normally put your data, or researchers normally put their data, different types of resources. So basically, what the research object is doing is putting all of these things together. like I said, like an entry point to all of these elements. So it becomes more like a proxy. So the elements themselves can still be, placed in this location. You don't need to move them, but the research object will allow you to have like an integrated view over these fragmented resources using only permanent identifiers and metadata. Important thing, of course, is the research object has its own metadata and can be managed, evolved, transferred, shared, and so on in its own right. So it's a very rich digital object which has very rich metadata, semantic metadata, and is based now in the concept of the latest Arrow-created specifications. So the platform that we have bringing for this is called RoHub. RoHub is like a holistic solution for the management of research objects. So of course you can do the whole research, the whole life cycle of the management of research objects, from the storage, evolution, preservation, sharing, and publication. You can also publish research objects with a DOI, for example, when you are making snapshots of a research object. And of course you can use the platform to discover and reuse existing knowledge. So this is like a reference platform because it has been created from scratch, natively implementing the whole research object model and paradigm. And of course, you are able to exchange via the Arrow-created specifications. This service has been onboarded into EOSC already and is accessible via the marketplace. So RoHub has connections to many different services in EOSC. Of course, we are reusing some services that are coming from Reliance, like the Adam platforms for data cubes. We have services for text mining, but also we have services from EGI. In particularly, we have, for example, EGI Check-in. We have EGI Notebook, EGI Replay or Binder, which is basically the service. And of course, this is connected to Data Hub, but we also are connected to Zenodo, B2Share, B2Drop, Argos, and we also expose the data to the OpenAir knowledge graph, so that means that whatever research object is being generated will be accessible from EOSC Explore. So in particular for this solution that I am presenting here, I am talking about these EGI services, so I'm talking about EGI Check-in that allows the users to access different EOSC services uniformly, so using their preferred identity provider. I'm talking about EGI Notebooks, of course, the browser-based tool based on Jupyter Hub for interactive analysis of the data using EGI storage and compute services. I'm talking about EGI Replay, which is basically a service based on Jupyter Binder to reproduce notebooks and their runtime environment. And of course, EGI Data Hub as the storage place to allow bringing the data closer to the computing. So that's the kind of services that we are, showing here in this particular demo. So how this works in practice, I mean, just to give you an overview, of course, I am very happy to give you afterwards like a real demos, but how does it work? So in RoHub, for example, when you are connecting to the platform, the first thing that you need, of course, is to log in here. So in order to log in, you are able to use EGI Check-in, so as to be uniformly using the same credentials across all of the different EOSC services. So we are using EGI Check-in here. Once you log in, of course, you should be able as well to see all your research objects or research objects from other people. On the right-hand side, you can see how a research object looks like, very high level, of course, because there are a lot of information there, like a description, the sketch, overview of the content. There are some information extracted automatically via the text mining services that I was just presenting. There are services to assess the quality of the research object based on the completeness, or also based on the fairness of the research object and associated resources. So once you have your research object, of course, if you go more in detail into the content, for example, you are able to put like your notebook. You put your notebook inside, of course, or just point to wherever the notebook is located. It can be, for example, in GitHub. And you can optionally put also connection or at least information of the environment that you want to reproduce to run this notebook. So this would be typically the requirements.txt or environment.yml that you are using for Binder in order to know how to re-execute and reproduce the computing environment where this was added. Of course, you need to make a connection between those two. So in RoHub, there is a way just to specify this notebook requires or has as a dependency all of these requirements. And that's all you need to do. This notebook has these requirements of the computer environment. You can also say this notebook has requirements about these data sets. So that means when you will open this automatically from RoHub, this will open in Binder. And this will, load, of course, the computing environment, and it will also load the data sets that are necessary to execute this particular notebook. So this is how it looks once you open this. You click directly in RoHub, and this takes you to Binder automatically. And since we are using the same authentication mechanisms, it goes directly. You just start the Binder loading, and then after some time, of course, because this takes a bit of time, this goes automatically and opens the notebook for you to reproduce it. So yeah, so basically that was a very brief example of the results and collaboration that we have done with EGI. And here are all interesting links that you can go through it. And of course, we can have more discussions offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. Next up, we have Valeria, who's going to talk about security solutions for trust.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. I'm Valeria Ardizzone from EGI Foundation, and I'm also in EGI ACE, the task coordinator of the Federated Access service. And in this presentation, I will provide to you, I will introduce you about the work that is behind the click of this button that is usually appear in the homepage of the service that is integrated with EGI check-in, and also what is represented from a perspective of the service side. Essentially, this is in this slide I represent all the important relationship that a service should maintain in order to, in their daily activities. So integration should be, so he needs to support the users, and also he needs to support identity providers. So in the sense that he needs to understand and trust who the user is, what is the aspect and the activity that the user can do among the service, and also trust the identity that user choose to provide in order to identify his role. And in order to support the service in this trust environment, we have created the EGI authentication and authorization infrastructure. As many of you know, this is essentially the service that we use for integrating our services. And in this slide, you can see that, so the slides represent exactly the work that was done in the context of EGI ACE. All of these services, as many of you are presented, are connected to EGI check-in, and I improved when I saw this slide because it represents all the work that we have done together with my colleagues from GRNet and SESNet teams in order to support your work and also your complicated use cases, simple use cases, and all the activity that these steps will allow you to continue in the next years. Here are some numbers updated numbers about EGI check-in. As you can see, there are some problems with the fonts, but on the left side, you can see the number of the service that currently are integrated with the EGI check-in in all the environment that we provide for this specific activity, so the production, demo, and the development activity. And as you can see here, we are more or less 150 services integrated currently. And this service can benefit from the users are part of that create our EGI community that are, as you can see, more or less a big number, more or less 76 million of kilobytes of users. And all this community can benefit from the service that you integrated with EGI check-in. The plot in these pictures can can show you what was the trend about the total service logins that we are recording with the check-in services in the last 3 years, 4 years, and also the number of community that are the people that are doing this click on your services and EGI Foundation services. In this slide, I want to highlight what we is the basic of our work. So the service integration with the EGI check-in process that consists of 4 steps essentially, and the first step is for me the main important because it represents the point where we are in contact with the community and also where we understand exactly what is their requirement. So it is very important that the community and the service provider identify the business they want to manage with the service, identify the users, identify the also the opportunity that you want to offer to other communities than its own. So, for example, training or for training particular activity or other kind of particular research. And during this phase, it's very important to highlight what are the definition of the access policies and also the security policies. In the second phase, we start together. We support the developers from service developers in order to create a pilot that consists of all the information, implementation of the requirement that was identified in the first phase, and also the implementation of the policy, EGI policies that we have put in place about the traceability, the logging information of the users, the security, all the information, all the security level and the authentication and authorization layer that we need in order to apply our security infrastructure in general, our security layer. During the next steps, so the testing phase, this testing phase, we ask to service provider to register a client, the configuration on our demo environment. Where we start the functional test, also where we test the user experience, and we also tested some use cases, particular use cases that were designed together with the service. We test security, everything is testing, and there is possible a new refining of the development in that phase that put back on the step 2, but until the test is successfully obtained, we can continue on these alternative steps between 2 and 3. And when the service is ready, the requirements are fitted, are implemented, and the service is satisfied, the service provider can be able to ask to our community, to ask to our within our federation registry tools to put the service in production, filling all the mandatory information that is important to provide to us. There will be an EGI internal review process about all the material. Some of this material are regarding, for example, the GDPR issues, other important links, consent that service providers should provide in order to be aware of the security policy and all the incident response activity and procedure that need to be followed during this kind of event. And then when the process is completed, the review from EGI is accepted, the service is published in our production environment, and now start the service management phase for you to offer your service to the community. But our work is not stopped here, because of course you start your service management phase, you start to also improve your service with some innovation, with some other activity, new requirements that coming from the usage of your services. So it's possible for you to come back to us in order to improve your service, or ask us to improve also our service. So it is a jointly combination of collaboration between us that allow us to put in place the innovation. So the benefit for a service provider, for a service point of view, to be integrated with EGI check-in is essentially resumed in this slide, where the visibility means that when a service provider, when in a service you can find the button with login or sign up with EGI check-in. This means that this concept brings together the pillar activity of EGI. So what is EGI represent, what is EGI infrastructure added value represent, and share. So the user is aware about the security, about the way how the service is managed. And the second important things that I would like to highlight in this slide is also that we, of course, try to automate as soon as possible our procedure in order to facilitate the integration process. And in some cases, of course, one of the benefits, but also we want to maintain the contact with the community, want to support the community that asked for particular and complex use cases, or that want to try benefit from our experience in this kind of topics. So for these reasons, we continue and we believe to provide human support. Another important benefit is to create the statistics, because check-in can allow you, from a service point of view, to extract a lot of information, statistics information about the login of your service. We can, for example, for a point of view of a service, we can provide to you a dashboard where you can find a map of all the region and all the providers, all the identity providers that are used by your potential users in order to log in during the login phase. And this can be a good benefit for your business to identify the region or the country of the university that are interested to your service, to potentially create business, create collaboration, and expand your activity. Also, we provide registration and community maps that can help you during this visualization phase, and also we create report for your statistics, a report about statistics for your activity, administrative activity. Another important thing that we provide during the integration is the security framework that I described before, and what is means essentially with the support of the computing research incident and management teams of DGI, we provide a different layer of security and activity that are the basis of the procedure that we implement within our process. Finally, and no, last two are the we believe to maintain our contact, we believe in sharing our experience and create a big knowledge between us and the service and the providers that we support, and provide to them training about new technology, about new problems, about new security issues, all things that can help together to create collaboration and to benefit from this collaboration. And finally, we want to maintain communication with our service provider, because we believe that this activity of improving is the essential part of our work, also in the context of some aspect of the authentication and authorization framework. In this slide, I put some important links for the documentation about the description of the process for the integration with EGI check-in, and also the contact where you can find a lot of where you can ask for our support or your questions in general. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Valeria. And last but not least, we have Hakan, who's going to talk about federated high-performance computing in EOSC. Hakan?
Hello, everyone. That will be a flash talk because I don't want to keep you any longer. I will talk about the federated high-performance computing work we have done in EOSC on behalf of EGIAs. So we had a plan during EGIAs to try to integrate HPC systems into normal federated cloud infrastructure. So what does this integration mean? It means you should be able to access these HPC resources with the same credentials you have in the AAI. Also, you should be able to federate your applications. You should be able to move these applications to the HPC system with minimum overhead so you can run them without spending days or months. Also, you should be able to move your data to that HPC system because everything is working on data right now, terabytes of data, and you need to be able to quickly move this data into the HPC system again. And we want to make the system visible in the EOSC infrastructure, availability, reliability reports, monitoring, usage accounting, etc. So we decided to, as the project, to make 4 different pilots to try different aspects of this integration. IFIN decided to deploy an HPC system on OpenStack directly. CERN has tried to benchmark data transfer and other data things and execution of the work using this integrated AAI. CMCC tried to run its cloud workloads on a bona fide HPC system, which I will detail later. Also, United Kingdom Atomic Energy Administration also tried to facilitate some containers on their HPC systems. So these resulted in 3 models, basically. As I said, HPC as a service, deploy HPC clusters on OpenStack with device pass-through. Or the second model is to provide access with federated identity, which as TÜBİTAK we have implemented. We created another cluster to allow people to log in with their AI credentials into it. And also there's some groups have repurposed the HTC middlewares and gateways to use these software as HPC gateways instead of HTC gateways. So HPC as a service is actually pretty simple. You get an EC3 instance and direct it to install a real HPC system on top of OpenStack. You create a project, you create a space, you have a Slurm scheduler and worker nodes, and you also add GPU and InfiniBand pass-through via PCI pass-through. So you are running a slightly virtualized HPC on top of a cloud system. You need to be able to fine-tune OpenStack and fine-tune the other parameters to get maximum performance out of it, so it requires some expertise to make it work nicely. This is what we have done as TÜBİTAK. We have get SSH/OIDC, talked with the team and collaborated a little bit on this. Created an isolated HPC cluster, a small HPC cluster for just deploying SSH/OIDC on top of it, and interfaced it with our cloud, FedCloud site, and allowed people to log into this HPC and run their work jobs with Slurm. It's a real HPC cluster with true POC nature, so it is very small, but it works. The nice thing about SSH/OIDC is the users are created on the fly, and users are created, added to the groups as their VOs, so they can collaborate without any barriers, like they collaborate in normal AI systems in cloud and other VO systems. So it is completely transparent. but you know to have your way around HPC and Swarm to make it work fast. So it's again requires some knowledge. So all the information has been compiled into this deliverable, the integration handbook. It has all the technical details, how we did these things and how did they perform. You can download it from this link. It's completely public and it is very detailed. You can reproduce anything with it by using this document only. So it is the last step? No, it is just a pilot and we want to improve this thing. So what we can do, we can write libraries for abstracting these methods, creating of HPC systems or just interfacing and just add these to the containers or the other workloads people have, so it becomes even more transparent. Some of your work is automatically transferred to HPC and come back. It is same for the REST API support. Swarm has a nice REST API. You can send your jobs via REST and get your results via REST. And it is, again, very transparent way of doing things. And you can also have a crossbar. So you can, somebody in Poland can use our HPC in Turkey, or somebody in Italy use an HPC in Poland. So these are just ideas. So in the future, we will continue, as Tubita Glockbeam, we will support our site. The pilot will not be shut down. We will slightly extend the capabilities, hardware-wise. And we want to improve it with installing other services and other stuff, so it will be more useful. And as an EGI ACE, the EGI ACE doesn't want to stop here. The EGI want to continue the effort. Our pilots, or all pilots, are considered a success and prove to be useful. So we want to integrate this into even further. But with a single site, it is not very possible. So we need more people to do it, more people to try it. The deliverable is open. We are easily accessible. So we want to move this from a pilot to the production service in the future years. So if you're interested in joining or learning more, you can send me an email or send Enol an email, or you can find me in the venue. I will be here all week. Thank you.
If you can stay, Hakan, on the stage. Thank you, Hakan. And I would like all the speakers to join me on the stage for some discussions. I'm sure there are some questions in the audience which they would like to ask. So if the speakers can join and have a seat. Please raise your hands if you have any questions. And if I can have another mic, I'll come to you. Just give me 1 second. Okay. There was one hand. Yeah.
Hello, Paul Stokes from JISC. My question's about RoHub. I'm glad you mentioned the word preservation, in that's one of my major interests. I was wondering how one would go about preserving a research object. Is it preserved as a single object, or the components within? And how do you go about preserving the environment? Because the way you've described it, unless I've got this totally wrong, means that it's unlikely to be viable for more than 5-10 years. And after that, you've got major problems.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a good point. I mean, research objects, first of all, you can think of them as live objects normally. So there is, like, in the platform, when you are working with your colleagues and putting the research results in a research object, you are typically working in a live research object. So as we said, that the resources might be in different locations, means, first of all, that you are bound to the long-term preservation policies of those repositories. So, for example, if you have your data in Zenodo, or if you have your data in your institutional repository, you are bound to the long-term preservation of those institutions or repositories. Now, the research object itself, you can, of course, make something that is called like a snapshot. So then you make like a photo of the research object. You can also archive it, and then this will become a mutable research object in the sense that you will not then be able to modify it anymore. So in the course of an investigation, you might reach milestones, and then for each of these milestones, you can generate this kind of photo so that you can preserve the status of this research at this point in time. So what we are preserving there is the research object as a metadata object, of course, again, because the data and other resources are bound to wherever they are physically located. So obviously, we have also the capability to store resources in our own repository. So we have, of course, as a default storage. If the user doesn't have any particular repository to put the data or results, they can put it directly in our platform, and this will be becoming part of our infrastructure. This is like an S3 service that we are providing in PSNC, but they can also connect it to B2Drop, for example, and then they will be storing their data in those repositories. But again, you are bound to the policies of those external repositories normally. Yeah.
Any more questions from the audience? I don't see a hand raised right now, but Tiziana. I have Hian, who's helping me out right now.
I have a question for Hakan. You've explained how HPC and different HPC systems have been integrated. My question is, how ready are the guidelines that have been produced by the project, and how generic they are? Do they suit every HPC system? Do they need to be customized?
The workloads of the project, you mean?
You've presented the blueprint on how HPC can be integrated to provide HPC as a service. So I'm wondering how generic these guidelines are, how applicable they are to different HPC systems which were not involved in the project.
I can only talk about our implementation because I was directly involved in it. So actually it is very generic, because what our implementation entails is a completely unmodified HPC system and a completely unmodified federated cloud instance. It can be any cloud instance or any system which can interface with it. If you can connect it via SSH, and if you have AI credentials, you can connect to the server and you can talk with it. The only barrier is the knowledge of Slurm and the suitability of your workload to run with high performance on an HPC system. You are bound by the architecture of your workload. So it's like the old HPC systems, and if you tailor your workload to the HPC system, you will get the absolute maximum performance you can get a cluster.
Thank you. Any questions?
Hello, maybe a really quick question also about HPC as a service. You mentioned REST API. Is it REST API running on the node, or is it exposed via something like HTTPS? And if so, is it integrated with something like GA check-in? Can you elaborate a bit more about this API, because it's quite new and interesting concept? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. From our preliminary inspection, the Slurm can directly expose an REST API from any point you want. You know, you can deploy Slurm as a two-piece service where you can store the database and the other high-performance part on a separate node to not tax the user interface much. You can enable Slurmd on that node and receive the REST API from here. Also, I can understand that from the documents you can make it on the user interface itself, again via Slurmd. This means possibly we didn't investigate that further, but you can completely decouple the REST API node and just make it talk with the Slurm.
Okay, so here. Does it work? Okay. So my question mostly about a reproducibility that was announced in relation to research object. How much research object here? How much research object can support reproducibility? to which extent this is just computational reproducibility or also experiment reproducibility?
Well, so I mean, for the current state of the platforms and integrations, we have been mostly focusing on supporting reproducibility of computational methods, particularly based on Jupyter notebooks, and that's why we have been integrating all these services like Notebook or Binder into the research object platform, so that anybody that would be having access to the research object will be able to have direct access to all of the resources and directly re-execute the code from the research object platform, because he's being already redirected to Binder more or less transparently. So yeah, we have been focusing on that, but we have now, for example, been integrating some services based on HPC. So we are now, because as PSNC we have like a HPC capability, so we are now trying to connect as well the possibility of these orchestrators, so that you can submit jobs directly from the Aroha platform into HPC. So it's a matter to identify what possible connections we can support, right? At this point, this is the thing that we are doing, but can be extended, of course.
And experiment is something what you are planning on one side, for example, setup of experiment configuration and input tests, and on another side, do you also document the machine learning model that can be used? And
so, I mean, any kind of resource that you are aggregating into the research object is described by a rich set of metadata. So, of course, it has all of basic descriptive metadata, but it also has provenance information, and it has some other like relations information. So, like this resource depends on that other resource. So there is some kind of documentation in that sense of in machine and readable format to the connections and information related to particular resource. Yeah, so that's what the research object is about. It's rich metadata, basically.
Okay.
Okay. I don't see any hands raised right now, so I do have some questions that sorry. I was blinded by your brilliance, Dick. So.
Hi. Now I have a question about, I think, Tina, let's say about Pangeo. Could you say what is the strength of Pangeo? For what kind of use cases would you use it?
Here.
This was a tryout to see if it works.
Okay. Can we come back to that question in a while? Meanwhile, maybe we discuss something else. For the panel, whole panel, what is one thing do you think that EGIS provided or made available that allowed you to achieve the impact that you have shared today with us? So if we can just start from one end and just a mic there. Yeah.
Hi, before I start answering, I will introduce myself. I'm Zdeněk Schuster for CESNET. I'm standing in for Clara, who felt too young and inexperienced to sit here. I was aware of this question and I was able to prepare. I would say, being basically a representative of a provider, that what EGIS enabled was large-scale adoption of our solutions or of the resources that we provide. During EGIS, we basically registered a tenfold increase in the number of user communities we are able to support. And the Federation and EGI services in total enabled this more or less flawlessly. So that for myself is the biggest impact that I saw during ACE.
Yeah, so in our case, it was also being able to really deliver services to the users, our research communities in Reliance project in particular from Earthscience, that can be scalable and that could be deployed in a efficient manner, so that we were able to actually focus on producing our services and rely on existing technologies with very good support and with very good capabilities that are being offered by EGI. So we were just relying on those services and providing all of this package to our research community, because otherwise we would not be able to do it in the course of a project alone, right?
Yeah, WebODV. Yeah, we made WebODV cloud ready, and we are deploying it in other clouds. And but I think in EGI what I really appreciate was the very nice support, the working together with our colleagues from INFN, especially with Marika Antonacci. That was really exceptional, and also this point that there are two sides who want something. We want our service running for the community, and EGI want to provide the technology for that. And this is there's a will from both sides, and I think this is maybe also what Dick Sharp said in the morning, the difference to the commercial way where it's for money, and we do it for science and for the scientist.
From an infrastructure provider perspective, I think EGI is made sophisticated, competent, accessible to scientists. When I looked at the previous projects, we had many problems, technical problems, but it was very smooth during the EGIAs, and much more bigger and much more complicated workloads have worked flawlessly for months, for years, across sites, across countries. And we didn't get many support tickets about something is not working and we don't know why. It was very enjoyable stint for us infrastructure providers, and we were very happy that everybody was able to run their workloads in a virtually uninterrupted way, with much performant way.
And me, from our provider infrastructure. Okay. From our point of view, the big challenge that we met during EGIA's project was the high quality of the use cases produced and proposed by the application, during the call of applications. It was very interesting for us to understand that the concept of authentication and authorization are become familiar with the users more than in the past. This means that the concept that and the knowledge that we are sharing during the training are accepted and ingested by the people, and also transform their service in managing in a modern layer, in transforming the service in a modern service that can allow us to support this new technology. And also we found a good opportunity to improve our partners of use cases, because the use cases become more complex, more sophisticated, with a different kind of integration, with different kind of solution between them, and also complex also the virtual organization structures, so that become more sophisticated also there. So this was very interesting, and for us it was a challenge during the GIS project, and the result of the number of service integrated is a good opportunity for us to say that we are satisfied with the work that we have done together.
Thank you. Tina? Yeah, we can hear you.
It works. Yes. Excuse me, the question, would you mind repeat the question?
Just repeat mine, and then maybe we can go back to Dick so that he can ask another his question again. So I was asking the panel, what is one thing that the EGIAs provided or enabled that allowed you to achieve the impact that you described to us today?
Okay, so EGIAs, you offered us the support for Panjo community, especially with Sebastian and Miguel, that they were really the key role for us for deploying and hosting this Panjo cloud on European Open Science Cloud. And I would say that their how they really worked and tried to help us was really the key success. So I would say the human, which made it really the great success. Yeah.
And Dick, if you, yeah.
Yep. Now, Tina, my question was, what is the strength of Pangea? For what kind of use cases would you advise people to use it?
Okay, so the strength of Panjo is really about the openness and also the scalable, so that we share all how we configure the cluster and so on the GitHub, so that people can reproduce what we did. And then for the scalability, so we have made the bootcamp using the CMIP6 data that are already available on Amazon Cloud, but I think we also made an example about how they can access using some Python the software that we also made a use case and the tutorial about how they can also access the data which is not available yet on Amazon but available on the ESGF servers. So I think that's something people can try really with the Dask and the Panjo cluster.
Tina, if you can stay, we have one more question from the back.
Yeah, following on from your question about challenges, I was wondering what the panel thought their biggest challenge going forward is going to be, and anticipating that part of their answer is going to be going green, what are they going to do about that?
Is the biggest problem is the energy consumption of the GPUs and other stuff. For example, the cooling is improving very quickly. Direct liquid cooling is becoming very mainstream and can remove all of the energy without the power of fans or anything. With less energy, you can cool the servers easily now. But with the NVIDIA's lead and their disregard of being green in the terms of for getting more power from their GPUs, it is generating a lot of heat, and managing it is a big problem, plus the power consumption of these devices. Other than that, CPUs and other things are getting very efficient over the time, but GPUs are not.
Yeah. Anybody else wants to add to that? Yeah, Tina, go ahead, you can speak.
Regarding with a GPU, so GPU is like really great for the green part, but I think we cannot do everything with GPU. So I think how do we manage our creation, not only like GPU and CPU. I think maybe also a new way to see how we can like be more green, and that comes back to the reproducible problem. That how do we make our code open but also reproducible between different platforms? And I think that's kind of like a cross-platform so that we can keep it green and keep it scalable. That could be a new challenge, I think.
Thank you. If we stay on this line of thinking of future, what would be the suggestions from the panel for improving the compute platform going ahead from both the provider perspective and from the user perspective?
Oh, I have the dubious honor of speaking first. Not sure really I mean, there is certainly going to be improvement in performance as always. Probably now it's more time for the users to improve their practice, learn more, and use more efficient techniques in achieving their goals. I personally see now quite a lot of resources wasted in either just learning your way around or using inefficient code, inefficient techniques, interpreted languages, which are very popular these days, but not really efficient. So perhaps we might look into that direction for getting better efficiency. But I don't know how to do it because it's more difficult educating users in this complex world. Once they get a toy, they get used to it. It's difficult to take it away and replace it with another one. So I'm really not sure what we can do except wait and improve the small things that we see.
Yeah, Tina, you want to add something? We lost. Just hold on 1 second, Tina. Yeah, you can go ahead now.
I recently used the Fugaku HPC machine in Japan. Well, there, each time, for example, I submit the calculation, I have the notification how much electricity I use or how much CO2 I used. I'm thinking maybe like in a Jupyter Hub, like each time the user submit the job in the Jupyter Hub with a task and so on, that kind of like give back to the user. Okay, you did this calculation, you used this much of CO2. That might kind of think that if we can put it in a EOSC infrastructure with the help of AGI, that might help user to be educated that how much really they are using the CO2.
Yeah, thank you. Raul?
Yeah, so I guess also I would say that yeah, a more efficient use of resources, of course, and probably like the improving like this kind of dynamic, access to the resources, so that, because obviously sometimes these kind of computational, for example, methods that we are talking about here, some of them require more resources than others, but normally we have like a fixed amount of resources. So being able to have more dynamic access to the resources based on the different needs, it will be very useful for sure. And also connected to the previous question, because it's, of course, reproducible science, I guess, is one of the goals and targets that we are moving, but also, what is called the sustainable research, that is not, ensuring this kind of access and long-term preservation to the resources, and in a way that is also interoperable. So all of these kind of challenges are what I think lying ahead for us in the next steps. Yeah.
So
everything is good, nothing to improve.
Perfect.
Working perfectly.
Totally happy with. No, yeah. I mean, it's for Web ODV. I can say we are really quite happy. It can be. I mean, we always wanted faster, maybe. And in the case of Web ODV, it's really a speed issue. I mean, people want to work interactively with the data, and they want the visualizations immediately. And therefore, a certain power behind it is of course needed. And but it's already good, but can always be better.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
I think we got the most of the lowest hanging fruits, so it is generally smooth now, but I think we can improve the user experience a bit. I think it is already pretty low friction right now, but it can improve to make it almost magical. Maybe people will be happy and spend less time with the infrastructure to get their things done. And it will create a more enjoyable experience, even more enjoyable experience.
So there are some activities that we are doing for innovating our EGI AAI infrastructure, and one of these, there are different, but one of these is the big challenge for the tokenization of some technology that are in place and currently in progress also during the next years, and we are focused on that activity that will substitute some at the user level, the usage of personal certificate to talk with token in order to manage the identity of the users and also their attribute, and that allows to prove and to support the authorization framework on the resources access. And also another important innovation activity that we are doing is the investigation. We started the investigation and some piloting activity, creating some pilot activity about the self-sovereign identity and the usage of the verified credentials in order to provide also this new features for the managing of the identity based on the decentralized model. And also the other things that we are doing in progress for innovation is also create some specific automations for the managing of the policy, access policy and security policy for the specific part of our AAI service.
Okay. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, I don't see any. So, okay, I keep missing people.
Yeah, if there's still time. I have a question about the federated HPC into cloud. So just a bit background, that I sometimes see use case, especially recently, that researchers first start using public clouds, as mentioned this morning, because there's a lot of options with the machine size and type, and also easy to scale up, scale down, also softwares and everything. And once they figure out how they should do the research, they wanted to use more CPU hours, and then they figure out might be that the public cloud is too expensive for that, and then the funded facilities offered in every country that's much cheaper, and so they have a need actually for a solution that combined with clouds and HPC. And so my two questions is, first, you showed a very good design picture on map, and it is so fast that I didn't catch it clearly. So is the HPC as service you're developing, is it that you use API as a connecting point to interact with Slurm? Or is it actually that the users can use the cloud for graphic interface, like for Windows or any other system, and they can render analysis on the software, that the software itself or the platform itself manage how they can use the HPC resources, so that users can do the research in the cloud without actually knowing how to interact with HPC. But that's not a reason for them not to use, how to learn to use Slurm. And my second question is that you mentioned also that the HPC as service you're developing is mainly for development and training. So what do you see as the obstacle, or maybe things that you might need to consider later for it to be in production? Thank you.
First, the API part, I want to answer that question. In our design, in ULACPIM's design, there is no API right now. You actually explicitly or programmatically SSH into the user interface of the service and transfer your data, transfer your software, and write a Slurm job description file, and you submit it to the queue itself. So it works like a real HPC cluster. It is just automated, and it is just piggybacked to a real cloud system. It is no different from a real HPC cluster. It is isolated in our case because we wanted to keep the pilot system with our production HPC clusters, which we have in ULACPIM for quite some time. And if I understood correctly, you were asking, is it possible to use these HPC clusters for HPC training, right? Normally, it is possible to do HPC training on HPC clusters. Normally, the queue times are getting longer and longer as you saturate the system, but we create special queues with very low quotas, a couple of CPUs, a single node, and we reserve some nodes for this training sessions. So when somebody comes for the training, 20 people, 30 people, they can almost work in real time in HPC to get a taste of it, understand up to a certain resource limit. And when they understand how to use these small resources, they can slowly start to ramp up their CPU usages, more nodes, more cores, more memory, and they will understand how that system works and they get how to get the maximum performance out of it.
Yeah. Anybody else? I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Okay, no, I don't see anybody. So, final question. One word to describe your experience in EGIS, and really one word, okay? Quickly.
Enjoyable.
Wonderful.
Fantastic support.
That's two.
Fruitful.
It was a whirl.
That's three. Oh, wow, okay.
Whirl.
Tina?
Transformational.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the speakers and the panelists for this enjoyable session. Thank you to the audience for your patience as we work through all these technical issues. And because you've been such a nice audience and such patient, I am giving you 2 more extra minutes to spend in your coffee break. So enjoy it. Thank you.
You didn't have to speed up. You didn't have to speed up. I didn't speed up. I know. I just let it go.
Okay. When is the moment? Okay.
Works.
Okay, thank you. We would like to start the last session, so let me wait another 2 minutes, but hopefully my voice is loud enough now so people in the next door can hear me and coming back. This is the last session, so after this there will be 4 hours for networking. Thank you very much. So let's continue with a future outlook. So we heard in 2 sessions about the different impacts, achievements of the project. Now it's time to reflect a bit on what comes next. In this session, we have 3 blocks. First is still a few more slides, so don't give up. This presentation, which I will share with Sergio, will look into what is our vision based on the achievements for the continuation of computing in EOSC, facilitation of open science with computing. And then we will present the final recommendations as they look like now. These recommendations, I think, are the essence of what we achieved, and these are the lessons learned that we want to bring as legacy for whatever continues for computing in EOSC. With your help today, we would like to refine these recommendations. So we are presenting you the recommendations as they look like, but this is your opportunity to reflect on them. We structure this through a panel discussion. You can see the list of panelists on the slide. And finally, we will close with the messages of the day. And after that, we will continue with a photo shooting through that door. So first of all, don't leave the session, but in case you have to leave for whatever reason, please come back to the end so we can have everybody in the picture. So let me start the presentation. Oh, okay, the housekeeping rules. Recording continues, so unless you come up to the stage, you will not be in the recording. We will take questions from the audience live, but you can also ask questions through the Vuva platform, both on your mobile or on the web interface. This short link here takes you directly into the question and answer of this session. And I will start now with the way forward presentation. Okay, so let me start with this one. You heard several talks from different perspectives, users, providers, that are all related to how to share nationally or internationally funded digital infrastructures or infrastructures, computing, storage, different high-level platform services that enable computing for different use cases. You heard about how we connected those in order to enable the portability of usage or user identities, how to enable the portability of data, sharing of data, and how to enable the portability of applications, whether they are virtual machines or containers or binary executables. You heard about how we signed contracts, operational level agreements with the sites, so all of them comply to certain qualities, certain features, certain interfaces. So what EGIAs enabled is a common platform on top of which different use cases, irrespective of their scale or their type or their flavor of computing or their geographical footprint, can be implemented. You heard some examples from oceanography or earth sciences or others that we pulled out on how scientific data sets can be moved on to the top of the infrastructure, to open up them like Pandora's box, to make them accessible and usable for big data analytics. And this was a common pattern that we demonstrated from big science to the long tail of sciences. Recently, just a few days before this conference, we integrated with this EOSC data transfer service that was mentioned by Enol, and which enables anyone to stage data which is already cataloged in the EOSC marketplace onto EGIA's resources in order to perform some computing. And we use basically EOSC as the marketplace, as the entry point for many of these activities. We allocated user support agents, we call them shepherds, and distributed support teams customized for each of these user communities that hand-holded them to set up their applications with their data sets, with their container or VM or computational modules. What all of this empowers is that we can set up an ecosystem that can serve nations and can serve international communities. We stress the importance of engagement with research infrastructures. And I just looked up before this meeting the Polish National Roadmap for Research Infrastructure, so I'm using that as an example. But if you are from other countries, you can also look up your national infrastructure roadmap. And in that one, you will see what are the scientific flagships that the country stands behind and contributes to, want to be part of. eOpenScreen, Eurobioimaging, Daria, Clarin are the main ones, European ones, that are on the Polish roadmap. So the question is, how can we support those sciences with the distributed compute infrastructures to facilitate the open science within those? And the recipe is here from EGIAs. We federate the low-level contributions funded from national and EU sources. We enable portability of applications, data, and user identities that empower data sets and application hosting that can cut across the whole spectrum to serve large communities through service-level agreements underpinned by operational-level agreements. Following this recipe, countries and international ISPs or other research infrastructures can tap into this common shared infrastructure with common approaches. We heard about HPC Federation several times. We are aware that large HPC systems are coming online. Some of them are online through EuroHPC. Further ones are in the pipeline. We believe that a key success factor for computing in open science and in EOSC is broadening the spectrum of computing capacities that are available. And the way how EGIA has made available a spectrum of resources can be the recipe to broaden up and join in additional providers, such as those that are in EuroHPC. And if we buy into this vision, then what can be EGI's role? There are 3 bullet points here and 3 main missions or roles. First is to act as the federator of compute resources. Those federational tools and service management processes and practices that have been presented today can work, as we demonstrated, from the long tail of science to large HPC systems. On top of that, we can be the hosting environment for big data to enable different types of exploitation of that data depending on the type of interaction. And we can enable and join a European Federation of supporters, a support network of people, the human layer, that can advise and work together with scientific communities to enable their data and compute exploitation model. So these are 3 bullet points that we can take forward as legacy from the EGIAS project, and this is something that we need to work on in the years ahead. Now that EGIAS is coming to an end, that doesn't mean that EGI will stop service delivery or exploration of new services. There is a huge portfolio of EGI projects or EGI-related projects and other activities. There are 36 projects on the current EGI project portfolio. And I made an attempt to map out some of these along 3 horizons. So in this portfolio, we have projects that are focused on service delivery. These are the ones that are offering well-specified capabilities today, typically customized to certain audiences. EGIAS is one of them, is the main one, honestly, today, but we have others. Imagine is coming up. There will be a talk about it tomorrow, specifically for marine sciences, and EOSC Future is doing similar things for slightly different purposes. We have several projects that are designing the next generation of services, expanding the current portfolio with new capabilities that will open up new possibilities for advanced computing in Europe. Euroscience Gateway was mentioned by Tiziana as a platform for workflow execution for open science. But we work, for example, with PTIA to enable different types of astrophysics communities with an integrated engine for reproducible sciences. And we work with many other sectors on pushing the limits of what's possible and adding new features and new services into the EOSC landscape. And last but not least, we have a few study projects that are looking way more ahead into the future of what's coming up next. We are in things like the Healthy Cloud, which looks at what landscape we need, what services, policies, frameworks we need to enable the trusted processing of sensitive data across borders. How we can set up and instantiate data spaces for different sectors. How can we advance AI on demand through partnership with the AI for Europe project or set of projects. So after EGIAS is over, we still have a lot to work on, a lot of context to work on. And one practical continuation will be still in the EOSC landscape, directly in the EOSC landscape. So coming back how we started or how I started this morning. We are now in EGIAS, which is the third stage basically of the series of projects that worked with computing for open science. The first one which laid down the foundational elements was EOSC Hub. After that, we had EGIAS in collaboration with EOSC Future that established and continued to provide core services, expanded the compute platform, and there are a number of other partner projects that bring various thematic services to the landscape. And later this year, the EC will transform the landscape through a new funding source, a procurement action, and I would like to spend a little bit of time on this in order that the recommendations to be presented by Sergio are understandable. Okay. So what the EC is planning and is an ongoing process now is a selection of providers for the core and the so-called horizontal services in EOSC. The core services are the marketplace, application workflow tool, help desk, a couple of core elements. The horizontal services are those that are not specific to any scientific disciplines. Computing, to a big extent, belongs here. application notebooks belongs to here, data transfer belongs to here, these kind of things. So through this procurement process, the providers for such horizontal and core services will be selected and will provide operations roughly around the fourth quarter of this year. In parallel with this, there is an ongoing selection for a Horizon Europe project that will further develop the core services, as well as there are other calls, obviously, to further develop other aspects of EOSC. This procurement process and this whole instrument, funding instrument, is a change compared to how EOSC activities have been financed in the previous years at the European landscape. And as you will see later, some of the recommendations that we spared out relate to this change as well. So with this future outlook, I would like to invite Sergio to present the recommendations.
Hello, I'm Sergio Andreozzi, and within the GI Foundation, I'm the Head of Strategy, Innovation and Communications. And in the context of the GI ACE project, I'm the Strategy Manager. I have just a few slides to show you the current draft final recommendations that we are formulating as the project goes to an end for the key stakeholders within the European Open Science Cloud. So far, we have identified the 5 of them in the 5 different topics. And so we have computing capabilities, one about thematic services, one about research support. Then we have the number 4 about resource composability, and the last one about funding models. We will have still a couple of weeks of work to finalize them, and then we will consolidate into the final deliverable that we will submit to the European Commission. Starting from the first, from the analysis of the multi-annual roadmap from the European Open Science Cloud for the years 2025-2027. This is at the moment still in draft. But what we observed is that there is no a clear priority about continuing the support within the EOSC to offer access to computing capabilities that are needed to exploit research data. So actually, if you take the document and you search for the word computing or analysis, you will see there is almost no occurrences. And with the experience of the GIAs, also the experience from our user communities, we believe it is important that EOSC continues to offer an access channel to computing. And therefore, we believe that there should be a dedicated priority. And here, computing can be in different modes. Can be user communities needing access only maybe from one side, or maybe they need federated access, or they have a national capacity, or maybe they need to access cross-border because at the national level they don't have the needed type of resources. And so the outcome of having these priorities is that to ensure that with the EOSC, once the data is made fair, and researchers will still find the needed capabilities to analyze and exploit them. And this is essential, especially as we saw also that the research data is normally, okay, you can have different sizes, different level of distributions, but in most cases, when you have especially large organized communities, it's big and needs to have a platform where you can exploit it. You cannot easily download and analyze locally. So that's the first one. I think is an important priority. And we will dive into maybe with the panel later on possible approaches to it. And the second priority is about the thematic service integration and delivery. So also with the current, let's say, with the phase 3 that was highlighted by Gergely before, we saw that at the moment there is ongoing dialogue between the European Commission and consortiums that have bidding for this EOSC procurement, the follow-up of the EOSC Future and other projects. And there also there is no scope for thematic services. It's mainly focusing more on delivering some, both on supporting the core, on the other one on offering horizontal computing capabilities. And we believed also with the experience of the EGIAs, where we helped different communities to bring their own thematic services into the EOSC, building on top of a federated infrastructure. This activity was very valuable and it should continue. So maybe there could be an integration and delivery program where new thematic services can be selected. Maybe there could be some criteria about scientific excellence or about impact and other types of impact, societal impact, and so on. And once selected, they could be helped to grow into the EOSC, to integrate and build on top of available underlying infrastructures. And then there may be a program also from long-term support as long as they demonstrate the value for research. That's another pillar that we see was missing from the current multi-annual roadmap. And the next one is about organizing and coordinating research support networks. Here also, we, again, with the experience of the EGIAs, we saw that combining the availability of infrastructure services and technologies, and also with experts people that can help researchers to identify what's best for them and to understand how to use those technologies and how to build on top. It's also very valuable also to smoothly let user communities that are new to this type of technologies, to the environment, to build up and become operational and deliver research results. So here we believe that at the European level, the European Open Science Cloud could facilitate the creation and coordination support networks that should rely on existing expertise within the community. And maybe there could be some local nodes of supporters, and there should be some kind of coordination at the central level that helps to make them visible and accessible to upcoming research communities and groups. And here the idea is that, okay, the researchers that would arrive, new potential groups that arrive to the EOSC portal would not just find, let's say, lots of services, and maybe they would be lost in this variety, but also they would have an expert support to find what was best for them. The next one is about improving the composability of EOSC resources. So here resources is a very general term. It can be software, it can be services, it can be data or other type of assets that are discoverable through the EOSC portal. And the current level of description of these assets does not allow to understand how they relate to each other, can you compose them in a certain ways. And the idea is to increase the level of information that is available. There's also maybe this information could be both reached by the experts, but also can be complemented by AI-generated information. And the idea that it will be easier to understand how independent resources from different providers can be combined. And also there should be API supporting this composition. And the idea is to improve the ways resources can be combined to build workflows and to support research process. And the last one is more in the area of the funding instruments to support the EOSC core and the EOSC exchange. We have seen, let's say, a trend in a change in our community. So first of all, we used to be more normally driven by grant-based support from funding agencies. With the EGIAs, we experimented with the virtual access. and we learned how to use it, and with the now for the next phase, okay, there is a transition to procurement. This is okay, different play, because moving to procurement means moving to basically operating like a commercial operator on the market. And many public funded organizations have internal constraints. It can be policy constraints, can be legal constraints, and they cannot easily deliver services commercially. So this is a barrier for some organizations. Some others have more flexibility depending on the national law. So here the recommendations to, first of all, to have also based on the experience that will happen with the current year's procurement, to have a reflection on for what kind of capabilities we want public funded organization to be participating, and then to ensure that the funding instrument that will be selected is favorable to them, but not create barriers. And so that's, we believe, is very important. That is, there will be more reflection in this area, and that there are not unnecessary barriers created. And on the other side, okay, we understand that the buyers normally want to assure, maybe one of the reasons to move to procurement is to ensure that there is more committed terms on the quality of the delivery. And but there are other experiences that use other systems where this, or other funding instruments where this can also be ensured. So these are the 5 recommendations, and we will keep working on them. And if you have any feedback, we welcome to either write on the Whova chat, or maybe contribute later on during the panel session. So the next, so this is the end of the slides for today, at least for this part. And now we move into the panel discussion. We have 4 experts, where we want to also listen to their opinions about these recommendations in a more indirect way through some questions. And we have 4 experts from 3 different stakeholder segments. We have 2 experts from the research communities, Annabella Oliveira and Alexander Bonven. And then we have 1 expert from the IOSC Association, Ignacio Blanquer, who is a director of part of the board of directors of the IOSC Association. And finally, we have a representative from a resource provider, Lucas Dukta, who is also both involved in technology development for open science, like the One Data Global Data Management System, but also leading the Polish Grid initiative. So I would like to invite the 4 speakers, panelists, to join me at the table, and then we will continue. So we have half an hour for the panel. And tomorrow, more in detail in the presentation of the panelists, Annabella Oliveira is the head of information technology in water and environment division of LNEC in Portugal. She's expert into coastal science and IT research. She has many years of experience in the domain with more than 100 peer-reviewed publications. And she's the leader of the open coast service that is part of the AGI's offering. And she participated in many related infrastructure projects. Then we have Alexander Bonven, who is a professor of computational structural biology at the University of Utrecht, and also scientific director of the Bayfoot Center for Biomolecular Research, and he has a long research experience with more than 275 peer-reviewed publications, and he has participated in many European funded projects, including BioExcel Center of Excellence, and here is representing the WNMR community, which is a long-term community supported by the EGI Federation. Then we have Ignacio Blanquer, who is here the head of director of IOSC Association. He will bring his personal view from his experience in being in the executive layer of the IOSC Association. And he is also a professor of computer systems department at the University Polytechnic of Valencia. He has a long experience in parallel computing and medical image processing. Finally, Lukasz Dukta is the technical director of PL Grid and CTO of the OneData Global Data Management System. So let's start with the first question. We saw that our first recommendation was about computing capabilities and what is the role of the IOSC. We saw that in the current multi-annual roadmap, there is not an explicit priority for further supporting an access channel to the computing. Here, we understand that there are different views in the community. For instance, somebody believes that there is enough capacity out there. IOSC should not take care of, should not intervene. So researchers, once they have the fair data available through IOSC, they could go to the other initiatives to look for computing capacity. Other people argue that while capacity exists, it's not open to IOSC. So the IOSC should have a role in offering an access channel. And some other believe that also IOSC should not offer the access channel, but they should also co-fund the capacity. So I would like to ask to our panelists, okay, if from your perspective, what do you think the IOSC, what kind of role do you expect the IOSC will play with regards to computing and analytic capabilities? Who wants to start?
Do you want me to start?
Yes.
I think there's a bit of echo. Maybe you can use the mic. No, I think this is working well. Okay. Right. So first, let me start saying that computing resources and data resources are absolutely essential. I mean, these are needed for running all the services that we have on top. That's for clear, right? So we need data for sure, and we need resources to process and store this data. That's clear. But with respect to the MAR, we have additional dimensions to consider, right? So we have to go to the Commission and present a plan, a set of priorities that are not covered by any other action foreseen by the Commission. And the Commission has this procurement that we can like it or not, but this is the way that they have envisaged at this moment to obtain resources. So the point is that what it could fit well in the work program would be services that would need resources but provide an added value, so they are not exposed directly as resources that we added to the federation. In this sense, I think that it will fit, right? So I think that we have to ensure that there are enough resources from the community, that we get this double dimension that was said before, I believe by Gergely, of having these national contributions and also European contribution for this glue that links the different providers, and try to get a situation in which we address all the dimensions that we are dealing.
So, to me, you cannot disconnect the data from the computing. Life sciences, so I'm going to give you the example of the genome. you know, your DNA information and the proteins. The proteins are the workhorse of life. They make things, they break things. The DNA is just the footprint. It's like a computer. If you just have a hard drive, the data, it's useless. You cannot do anything if you don't have a CPU to process and read the data. So the two cannot be disconnected. So an EOSC without analytical capabilities is kind of a useless exercise, as to me. Also, what we should realize is that maybe people think that you produce data and then people just need to analyze them, but you also need a lot of compute to process the data that are collected into something which is usable by the community. So you need compute to process your raw data into some result or something that can be reused. So that's also, so it's not just generating data and put them out there, but you need to do something with them before they become useful. So there is compute needed. I don't think that EOS should fund per se the infrastructure, but it should fund all the services that the glue basically, and that's what the AGI Federation has been doing for 20 years. And without that glue, then you are back to the old days. And then why should you put data into the EOSC if you have to run your analysis in the national services? You could say, well, your data will be federated from the national services, but then there is no incentive for general. People will keep their data close to their processing, and that's it. So the two cannot be disconnected in my view.
Okay, I have maybe a little bit of difference of opinion here, in the sense that I think we need to centralize access in some way, and I think EOSC is a good way to start it. I don't believe that the resources we have right now, with all the vision of digital twinning of the whole Earth down to the coastal or the urban scale, will be enough. So I think we need ways to coexist federated spaces and the individual providers. And maybe even to go to private providers. So I think that is fundamental in order for the computer resources to have societal impact. In my view, EOS can be the way to manage all of the resources by requiring them to the provider. So that this would solve the problem of the sustainability of the network of providers, and at the same time guarantee that the research communities would have the resources they need for their computations in order to generate data, store data, create knowledge and value for society. And I think that we need to address all of these issues, and I think the recommendations that were presented here address those problems in a very meaningful way.
Okay, I was not planning to have a final answer for this question. I mean to be last to answer the question. Don't take it like the final answer, just one opinion, and it's very biased. I'm working in this service provisioning. I'm working in the software development for science for more than 20 years, and I'm observing the successes and failures which we were witnessing during these last 20 years. And we have like the big initiative grids, you know, and we have like a big initiative clouds. Grids were driven by scientific user, clouds was driven by the commercial users, starting from Amazon storage, AWS, and so on. So if you take into account the success and the failures part, what is the reason of the final failure of the grid and the success of the cloud, is, in my opinion, as a service provider, software developer, is that Amazon at the very beginning did a very good analysis of what is needed and narrowed by this analysis the services and the things which are really needed for their clients. They started delivering a basic virtualization service, a very basic storage services, which were many people might complain are not good enough, including me, but that was the big success. What was the big success? It was because they provided a real resources with a reasonable price beyond that services. And they didn't want to sort and deliver all the possible services which people wanted at this moment of the market. They just narrowed down to the most important ones, which from their perspective were the most valuable and the most promising in the future. And what is the result? The result is like today we have S3, which is a terrible storage service, terrible storage interface, like a standard. And it wouldn't be possible if they wouldn't back the S3 interface by the real storage capacity. So by this short analogy, I would like to derive the vision that EOSC, even my heart would say that should be only service software development platform and paying for the software development, but the reason says me it should be backing up by the real resources behind the scene. No matter how these resources are funded, but these resources should be, in my opinion, combined together with those services and delivering real value for the people. And that's what will drive the people to go to the EOS platforms and keep their services, start the computation, doing the research there, because there will be something working there. The funding is not my expertise. I don't get it. We need to find a way how to fund it. By the services always needs to work together with their capacity and computation. So this is like the real important parts should be somehow sorted out.
Okay.
Can I say a small comment?
Sure.
So you say the failure of grid and success of cloud. If I look at the statistics from EOSC and EGI, there is still 2 orders of magnitude more use of grid and clouds.
Global scale.
Okay.
Thank you. And okay, so I think we can summarize that there is a convergence into that EOSC at least should offer an access channel with the federation layer. And there was a comment from Ignacio that maybe we shouldn't just expose raw capacity, but maybe we should offer it as part of added value services. And which is actually a good bridge to the next question, which goes around the recommendation number 2 that was related to the thematic services. And here we have the experience of GIAs that offered a portfolio of both horizontal and thematic services and brought them into the EOSC exchange. They were both available free at the point of use for research communities. And the procurement we saw they will focus mainly on offering horizontal computing capabilities, at least in the next 36 months. And so what is your view in this area? What do you think that EOSC should do or not do for the thematic services?
As a thematic service provider or representing a thematic service, I should probably say something here. So, first of all, as community or research community and thematic service, I think you should not exist because you are funded by some EOSC resources. So if there is not a body of community of researchers out there that are developing software, promoting it, pushing forward the frontiers of science, then you don't exist as a thematic service. So looking at the recommendation in the landscape, and now I'm shooting myself in the foot, I could live without funding for the thematic services if the compute is in place, if the research support is in place, if the composability is in place. So all the other components of the recommendation, if they are there, if we get the support, if we get access to the computing resources, as service providers / scientific community, we should be able to make good use of the landscape and provide services. I think that's more important. So if choices have to be made, then okay, then keep the thematic services out and we should survive.
Yeah, I agree, but maybe there's a good room for improving the interoperability between among the different thematic services, for adopting new best practices, or for onboarding new communities that are not that far. I totally agree with this point. I mean, if you read the current procurement, it clearly states that the thematic level should be provided by the research domain, not in this scope. It's very clearly in the law to specify it. However, if you go to this helicopter view, I think it was shown today, or maybe, well, I've seen tens of times, so maybe it was not, but in this helicopter view of the Commission for the future, it grouped the first level, which is horizontal services purely, the second level, which is expanding the data and the services. And they group together, 1 and 2. So it looks like there will be a similar approach for enhancing the capacity. If in the priorities we have put in the MAR, there are some priorities on facilitating the uptake for new communities, or to develop best practices, or to have, but I think that there's some added value at the level of the multidisciplinary, or at the sharing best practices that should go on these calls. I don't know if I diverge a bit. But.
Let me answer to be not the last one again. So I think that taking into account our experience with thematic services, EGIAs, I guess the supporting thematic services is a great chance to achieve some sort of convergence of services, and building the view and the market of the services provided in EOSC more coherent in sense that we are reducing some redundant services and reusing the others which are getting more prospective. And that's the transition that requires some support, and I guess that was the great opportunity to support people who wanted to try or to migrate between the services, as there is a lot of divergent services now competing for the same functionality at the moment. The thematic services might be the chance, yeah, but that's perspective of the service provider. If you are saying that you don't need our support, that's really that's not really promising for us. But we still hope that there are others who we will want. Okay, thank you.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, I'm going to need your support definitely. Let me start by saying that I think thematic services work very well in two ways. In my view and in my experience, they were the best ambassadors of the EOSC capacity over the research communities. I came from the coastal engineering community. Most of the people that I deal with, and I deal with many, many people from this community, didn't know that EOSC existed, didn't know that HGI existed. So it was through the service and the opportunity of showcasing the service that these people looked at HGI and EOSC as a provider for their research. That's the first issue. The second one is that I think the thematic services are the gateway for the research infrastructure from the computational part to provide value to society. And basically, this is the way we put the research into society at a level that it makes a difference. Because a small community doing the research in a small office won't have a global impact or a European impact. The thematic service with the visibility of a GIS project can have that impact. So now looking for the future, I think we have two questions here. The first one is the maintenance of the thematic service that show that they're worth continuing, that people want to continue them. And like Alexander just said, we need computer resources and a minimal residual support to continue the training and get more users, and to evolve alongside with the horizontal services, because the horizontal services grow and became more complex or add new services, and the thematic service need to follow up. Otherwise, they will disappear because they become outdated. This is one issue. The other issue that I think that is even more important is that the thematic services are limited in the sense that there was limited funding. There are out there many more communities that could take advantage of this opportunity to provide value to society. So I think that calls for new thematic services in some of the areas already approached and the new areas are necessary. So again, we bring the society value to the taxpayers that are providing us with the funding to do our research. So I think this needs to be, I know the procurement is a problem for many institutions, not our case. For instance, we work with MEMS for procurement of downscaling DTO of the ocean down to the coast, but many institutions cannot do that. So it needs to be searched for a way to have everyone on board. Limiting people by administrative issues is terrible, and it's a major limitation for research in Europe. So we need to find out a solution for this.
Thank you very much. And so, okay, so from your views, okay, I feel that the recommendation we brought in this area is also valid with different flavors. On one side, okay, we had a position from Alexander said, as long as you give the foundations, everything we need, the building blocks, we can build on top, and we don't need maybe direct funding. On the other side, okay, we heard Annabella saying that support is useful both to grow into the system, but also ensuring maintenance, as long as also there's a combination of let's ensure that what we support deliver value, either for science, for societal, for the society. And on the topic of support, also, I would move to the next topic about research support. It was one of our recommendations, also one of the experience of the EGIAs, where we had dedicated task about providing to the technical support and training to the selected research communities from the open call mechanism. So over the 2.5 years of the EGIA's project, more than 40 communities were supported to adopt more than 30 services, and this was very positive experience. So I would like to ask to our panelists, what is your view on the role of the IOSC in organizing research support at the European level? And also, do you think that this should focus mainly on the long tail or more on the international research groups? So there are two-fold questions.
I will start now. Well, for those that know me, you know that I hate the idea of people being excluded by being part of a research infrastructure or the long tail of science. I think as Europe, we should think of including every research that is worth funding and worth supporting. So in my view, the research support that AGIA is providing, in particular in the training part, was very valuable, because in order for people to take advantage of these wonderful resources, they need to know how to use them. And we need to be able to reach the communities that have no computer science people in their team. And that is becoming a common ground. So that support that was provided in EGIS is very important, and this should be a way to continue it and make sure that no one gets excluded, either being a research infrastructure or being a small group of researchers from several countries.
Me? Okay. It's working? Works. For me, EOSC, I have always a trouble to define the EOSC itself, but for me, EOSC is a platform where there are places for different plugs, for different service providers and supporters and so on. I don't believe that EOSC itself, like a big organization, is a good place where support itself will be created. It's the organization working together within this platform, like EGI, are the great part where the support and for the researchers at different levels, starting from the long tail of science as well for the S3 projects, could be delivered. Of course, not only here, because there might be other specializing organization for different type of the support. But if we centralize everything in one place, like EOSC Association or whatever we will have that in the future, it will be so centralized that will be not flexible enough to cover all people, what people need, because the science is extremely diverse, and we should be delivering the platform a place for different type of the support. But EGI did a lot of experience in that part, and I guess this is like the great starting reference point for the others, how that kind of support could be done in the future for the EOSC itself, but not only, because that's an open platform for me. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the Judge and Lucas. A couple of very good points. One is the dimensions of the support. I mean, you need support at different levels. You need support from the community. You need support from lower level of the provider. It's true that DGI has a long experience on providing support to users, a very good numbers that prove this. We have to think also, you make a very good example before on the cloud providers. I mean, cloud providers were very successful because they have very clear and good support for onboarding. Because, I mean, IaaS, infrastructure as a service, is complex to adopt. I mean, they require a lot of effort for that. And this is costly. I mean, I believe that we, as you say, we cannot put one single organization to deliver. We need the community engaged on providing this support. And starting or focusing in because EOS is a moving target. I mean, it's something that is changing, adapting, evolving, improving, and in these cases, it's very difficult to have a very good support. So international research communities have a better economic of scale. I mean, you can easily spread the message and the experience in those communities, and they can create the best practices that you can also transmit to the long tail of science. So agree with involving the community, agree on the difficulties of this, I mean, providing good support, considering the high velocity in change, and I will not leave the long tail of science, but leverage the international community's effort to create the best practices.
I think when it comes to support, in my opinion, the EOSC is not going to be able to support all researchers, even the long tail of science, at the same level. So you will have to make choices, and I think it's like in the high energy physics computing, there are different tiers where you distribute data on the computing. The support should probably be organized at the same level. So there was a question this morning about, Windows user who doesn't know Linux and want to use HPC all of a sudden. Well, that's a tough one, and I don't think that will be the role of EOS to deal with that, but the local IT of the university should start talking to those people. So there are multiple tiers, and so when I was saying, we don't need thematic services, I was hoping because there's point 3 and research support that there you will provide all the support that we need. But for the long tail of science, Jupyter notebooks, some of these things are good things, but these are only limited things. And if they want to go into big computing, that's a much more higher activation energy. So you have to target the support to the communities, to rely on the international communities, maybe on the thematic services that are there, but you cannot cover everything at EOS. There are choices that have to be made.
Thank you. And then I would move to the final question, also for looking at the time. And so here the previous questions were mainly about what could be the role of EOSC in certain areas. And now we're going to focus a bit more on the AGI Federation in EOSC. And we saw that in AGI ACE, the AGI Federation offered a federated compute platform, training and support teams to help new research communities to onboard in EOSC and grow, and also support the thematic service providers to grow into the EOSC. So when you think about strategy, it's about deciding also what you want to do, but also deciding what you should not be doing. And my question for our panelists, our final question, would like to ask, how do you think the AGI Federation should evolve in EOSC? Is there something that the AGI Federation should do more, or something that the AGI Federation should stop doing? Do you have any final message?
I surely hope that you remain the captain on the ship.
Maybe I can start. I mean, the work of EGI and supporting the community has been enormous in all these years. I mean, the figures that you have shown today on the EGI ACE, which is not a big project, are very good. For me, I think that this composability of services is something of added value that will bring many users there. There are many details that I think that in this direction, I think that it can be exposed, because facilitating the adoption of the lower layers is key. I think that the problem will be to have this gap with the final user in many cases. But my point is, we will have users that go through, for example, the portal of, that Alexander is managing, and will never know anything beyond. And that will be the success of the thematic portal and also of the infrastructure and all the services, right? But targeting this is very difficult because it's case by case, right? And requires a lot of effort. But I think these are successful experiences that should be promoted. Yeah. Thank you.
Following up on Ignacio's comment, actually I have a challenge for AGI and for maybe OSC, which is what can be done more. We won't be able to build thematic services for every issue out there because there are not enough people to do that. But we can facilitate individual researchers and small groups to be able to use the resources in a better and efficient way. And I think what AGI can do now is pick up the very good core and horizontal services and facilitate their use to people that don't have computer scientists in their group. Like using artificial intelligence to help a modeling community to select how much nodes they need to do a specific run in an efficient way. Because otherwise people are going to request more resources than they need, or not enough resources and they will fail. Trying to look for these added value services that are horizontal and usable by every community could be a good way for AGI to evolve in the research way and to provide added value to the community and the community at large, not a specific thematic community, the community at large, by using better the resources available. Without having, it's good when we have thematic service. I know Alexander's portal, it's very, very, very useful. And there are many other services like that, but we won't be able to build thematic service for every issue. So making individual workers working better can be a good vision for the future of AGI.
Okay. In my opinion, there is, as I said in the first round, that the EOSC requires a definite convergence of the core services, definite lighthouse, which services are the most commonly used, which services are the most promising. And I guess EGI platform for many years did a great job in the federated environments related to the services for scientific users, and that great experience could be prolonged in this area. Because we are now facing the situation where there is EOSC is a platform where everything, every service we want to be fitting there directly, and it becomes a chaos again. So it's basically a platform of this. This is like a big password again for the same thing which we had before EOSC, but under umbrella of the great name. So the great challenge here is to make a convergence of services, to try to persuade people to switch and start reusing the services which are already there, not creating the one from scratch again and over and over and over again. So that was that's a great, EGI did a lot of effort in that similar area for the last year, starting from grid times. And I guess this is like a great opportunity for EGI as well to play a great role here in making the abstract thing which is called EOSC, and usually being a platform which is fitting to the PowerPoint slide, to be more tangible in the real services, delivering the things for the several community at the same time. So in one sentence we can say that EGI could be like a platform convergence coordinator, or the service, maybe service convergence coordinator, to combine the things which are there into and reusing the other things all together, and driving the communities to reuse them. That's basically my provider point of view.
The fourth point in your recommendation, which was to me a bit building the workflow I think that's also something where AGI can play. I think that's a very good one because it's adding value to the data and the compute. Because you can access data, do something with it, and then you need to transfer it somewhere else, and that's where users struggle a lot. When you have to change between data formats, move the data around, find the proper compute. So adding the value to the data, so pre-processing, post-processing, interpretation of data, helping them, maybe AI was mentioned. So this is why user will come to you, because you help them in doing their task better. Because some of them will manage to deal with the data, but then they struggle to take the next step. So I think this is this workflow building bridge between the different pieces of the infrastructure. This is also a big opportunity in the future to attract more users.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting to see your feedback also in this area. And I saw a recurring pattern on the topic of composability. Also, AGI could play the role not only to simplify composability of services, but also to be the, as Lucas said, the lighthouse, or the helping to identify what are the key, create a convergence between what are the key building blocks, okay, the key pillars on which you can build more the application layer. And also, as Annabella said, okay, the key also is to help adoption of bringing non-IT experts, so researchers who are not expert in IT, into IOSC. So I also talk not only to those who also understand the IT, but helping those that maybe feel very uncomfortable with the technology, and bringing also into using all these wonderful infrastructures that have been available. So I would suggest to wrap up and close, especially because we have the final message from the Gergely as a technical coordinator of the project, and then we have the picture, group picture, and some follow-up demonstrations. So I would like to invite you to thank our panelists who have provided very insightful views on the IOSC and AGI. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So without further ado, I just want to say thank you for everyone who made this happen. The logos of the whole consortium, more than 55 institutes, who are definitely too many to name any individual. However, I would like to name two persons who made this happen. One is Tiziana, who was very humble all morning, who is formally the project coordinator. So I was put in the spotlight, but I was the technical, probably the heavyweight on the technical aspects. But she made most of the interactions with the EC and made this possible. So I would like to name her. And the other is Hian Bui, who is, I think, probably most of you received the most number of emails from him. And he is definitely someone who helped us cut through the jungle of virtual access. And without his help, I don't think we would be here today, and we wouldn't be able to show those impactful numbers. So one aspect where the VA helped us, this virtual access, is getting clarity on achievements and pulling those numbers together across different providers. So with that sense, I would like to help Hian as well. That knowledge is also instrumental for us in future projects such as Imagine, where we use the same instrument now much more simply. So thank you very much for everyone. And with this one, I close all the presentations. We move on, take the beauty photos, and then we have the poster demos. For that one, I think the rest of the organizers can make the logistics. Thank you.